Hello and welcome to tonight's Board of Supervisor meeting, November 18th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. Today you can dial in during public comment, dialing 646-558-8656 and enter the meeting ID 853-3256-7624, followed by the pound or hash sign. Today, just please understand that there's a slight 10-second delay during public comment on social media sites, and you have a 3-minute limit for public comment. And now, Chairman Weiss, if you could take it away.
Thank you, Monica, and welcome to this November 18th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. I call the meeting to order. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'll call the roll. Supervisor Blundy?
Here.
Supervisor Grenier?
Here.
Supervisor Lewis?
Here.
Supervisor McCartney?
Here.
And I am here. We have a quorum. And we'll go right to COVID updates. Mr. Ferguson, do you have anything to say about COVID?
The only thing I'll bring up at this point is the building we've continued to keep closed. For anyone having any business with the township, especially permits and things that are more interactive. We have a Dropbox that we've continued to use since this has gone on. We have people working remotely, but we've also staggered staff in all of the departments where some of them are working 1 and 2 days a week in person, just to have that connection. So it seems to have continued to work well. And at least I would imagine that that's going to continue on for some time to protect the public and protect the employees. And you can always find the emails of the various departments online as well. And if there is an issue that requires some sort of review, especially with a permit or something, we can make specific arrangements. But we thank the public for their patience, and we're working to deal with these things as efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Another announcement is the usual Park and Rec's digital recreation opportunities. Information can be found at the Park and Rec site on the our webpage, lmt.org. Is there any other community announcements? Ms. Ferguson.
2 things. One, I know we had a call or two regarding leaf collection, so I do want to give an update. We are a little behind right now. The first week or so of the program, we only had 4 crews. We've had some, we do use contractors as well as temporary employees. We've had some quarantining going on. So early on, we had 4 crews. We're back up to 9 crews. To try to be as specific as possible, the good news is we have good weather, that we are working to get caught up to be where we should be, or where people would expect us to be based on that schedule by the end of next week. I have authorized work to go on after hours and on Saturday in an attempt to do that. So our hope then is to be fully caught up by the end of next week. I do understand it's Thanksgiving, but we will be working, for example, on the weekend after Thanksgiving to get caught up. The Public Works Director will post an update online and on Facebook and our Twitter page, and we'll make sure that we communicate as clearly as we can where we are. I do want to announce one other thing as well that was new. The contractor today performing the sewer lining work, working behind the houses on Silver Lake, encountered an issue. The line ruptured while it was being installed. The liner was being installed as it caught a sharp edge of the original clay pipe. Once the ruptured liner was pulled out, they discovered a break in the original pipe, which was allowing groundwater to flow into the sewer pipe, into the sewer main. The emergency sewer contractor has been out. and we're working on repairs tonight. Those affected property owners or property owners proximate have been notified, and that normal lining work is supposed to be, will be resuming tomorrow. I also heard from our sewer engineer, Fred Ebert, in the last half an hour that the flows have come down. They're expecting another crew on site in about an hour. And then they're going to work to more specifically locate where the crack in the line is and get that repaired today and tomorrow. So that was news I've gotten over the last hour or so that I wanted to make sure we passed on.
Thank you, Kurt. Monica, is there any announcements from residents or youth groups?
No announcements.
Great. Any members of the board have any other announcements to make? Thank you. Item 6, approval of the minutes for October 28th and November 4th.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the minutes? All those in favor of accepting the minutes for both meetings signify by saying aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. Treasurer's report. Ms. Bundy.
I'd like to make a motion to consider approval of the warrants list from November 2nd and November 16th, 2020, in the total of $606,390.92.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Ranger seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Then I'd like to make another motion to consider approval of the October interfund transfers in the amount of $2,290,449.86.
I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McCartney seconds. Any discussion? Ms. Ferguson?
I just want to point out that's a big number.
Yep.
And I'm glad we itemized it this way, that you'll see that approximately 1,250,000 or so are transfers for pension payments for the year. As you'll recall, we got the money in for the grant. We had the listing on the bills list. This is the transfer memorializing, moving the money over for those respective payments.
Good.
Thank you.
Monica, is there any public discussion on this?
No, there is not.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the transfers signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you very much. Item number 8, presentation of the Sandy Run reopening designs by Michael Baker Associates. Mr. Ferguson, I'll let you take over from here.
Monica, can we bring in, and let's make sure that we bring in Mr. Majewski as well, and Mr. Fiacco.
Sure, everyone's coming in now.
So we had talked previously about, and I don't want to, nor can I steal the thunder of any of the presenters, but we had sent out to the board some information that Michael Baker Associates had provided. The hope being here to give the board a good sense of the plan, to take questions, discuss some alternatives that are sitting out there with the idea and the hope that we get this wrapped up. We can get this predominantly wrapped up this evening. Even if we have to go to another meeting would be fine. The idea per the timeline that we had outlined of trying to get this out to bid, the board to approve to get this out to bid before the end of the year. So this can be out on the street early next year. We can be entertaining bids hopefully and work maybe by next spring. So Jim, I don't know how you want to kick this off as far as having them present, but I'll let you pick up here as far as how you want to get going on that.
The people from Michael Baker should be in the meeting now, and they'll be sharing their screen to give the presentation and the overview of their plans for the Board of Supervisors, along with a few discussion items that they need some input from the Board of Supervisors in order to finalize their plans.
So whoever from Michael Baker wants to pick it up, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. I'm Bill Torr from Michael Baker. As Jim said, presenting on this project along Edgewood Road in the township. I'm joined tonight by Chris Stanford and Scott Seepitz from Michael Baker International as well. Quick overview of the project for those unfamiliar. This is happening on Edgewood Road at 3 intersections, Schuyler, Sandy Run, and Mill. The main focus of the project is to get Sandy Run Road at Edgewood reopened. It's currently closed due to inadequate sight distance. And we'll also have the added benefit of traffic calming and safety improvements at the other 2 intersections and through the entire corridor. The project will require temporary closures, which we are coordinating with Jim and the Township Safety Officer. As was mentioned previously, the intent is to bid the project over the winter with a spring 2021 installation. And just for reference, as we go through, the average daily traffic on Edgewood Road in this corridor is about 6,000, 3% of which is truck traffic. This is an overview of the proposed improvements, which we'll get into as we go along. 2 mini roundabouts on the west and east end of Schuyler and Mill, and a barrier, a median extension, and some other improvements at Sandy Run. We'll start off there. The picture at the bottom is the existing condition, as I'm sure you're all aware of. Sandy Run's closed. Looking east towards the rail crossing, there's insufficient sight distance, so it's not a safe intersection for turns right now, so the road's closed. So the intent is to make a couple improvements.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. So if you would please yell at your microphone, that might help.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hopefully this is better. The intent is to install a few improvements at the intersection and get the road back open to right in and right outs only. We'll continue to restrict left turns from both roadways. We're going to do this mainly with an extension of the existing median, which is present east of the intersection. There are 2 options, as Jim alluded, that we could use the board's guidance on, and I can go through those here on the next slide. The one is a full reveal curb median, similar to what's out there currently.
It's really bad.
That picture in the bottom left is the existing median, which separates the 2 lanes on, like I said, east of this intersection. And we would propose something similar, 2 curbs and a pavement section in between.
I'm sorry. Can we, Kyle? I can't hear him at all now. It's like it's loud and then it fades off to where. Is there something on our end we can do to boost his mic?
I think I'm just about as close as I can be.
Okay.
As I mentioned, the bottom left is the existing condition. So we would match something similar, extending further down to restrict turns at Sandy Run. The other option is installing a barrier, which is what you see in the bottom middle. The barrier does have some pros and cons to it. It is quicker to install and uninstall if you prefer to do so. But one of the biggest drawbacks, in addition to aesthetics, is that, as you can see in the bottom right, we need to have an impact attenuator on the end to make sure that we protect that blunt end from traffic. So that's a consideration that will have to be that will have to be thought of. This exhibit here, this is the proposed condition at Sandy Run and Edgewood. The maroon is the channelized island stamped asphalt, which will allow right-ins and right-outs from Sandy Run Road. And the barrier, which currently ends just to the right of the 12 there, Station 12, will be extended about 150 feet to the west to fully block left turns from Edgewood up Sandy Run. But this condition will allow us, one way or the other, to reopen this intersection. So as Jim mentioned, we could use your guidance on the board's preference as to a curb median or a median barrier wall. Whether you want to give that tonight or moving forward, that's one thing that we would need guidance on for this project. The next two intersections at Schuyler and Mill will feature mini roundabouts. Giving a brief overview of mini roundabouts for those who aren't as familiar, they're smaller in diameter than traditional roundabouts. They have traversable center islands and splitter islands that can be driven over. And one important aspect is that they require minimal or no roadway widening. They fit mostly within the roadway envelope. Schuyler, as you'll see, we would have no proposed widening. Mill would have just a bit of widening on the southeast corner. And they do have the effect of calming traffic. They also keep traffic moving, unlike a traditional stop control intersection would do. Here's a couple of examples from around the country. This is a mini roundabout in Maryland. You can see that they just fit this within the existing curb lines. They did upgrade the curb lines and sidewalks, but they use colored and stamped concrete and asphalt to delineate the roundabout and the islands. And this project would look somewhat similar to this one. Here's another one. This is the center island. Again, something similar to what we could expect from this project. And as for the asphalt splitter islands, the intent right now is to have them as flush. This is an example of a project we installed recently. This is a similar treatment to what we would be using. This is for a crosswalk certainly, but it would be the same idea. A colored and stamped pattern to provide a visual barrier for those splitter islands in lieu of a more traditional raised island.
So Bill, can I interrupt you there?
Sure.
To the extent that we were to go with the asphalt selection, that stamping or other stamping would be able to be done on the roundabout or the little intersection piece by Sandy Run?
Correct.
Okay. And
correct. Both the asphalt and concrete can be stamped in this manner. Stamped and colored.
It is so funny how like the beginning words start out really loud and by the end of the sentence I can't hear you again, but I'm getting better at it. So
I apologize. I've used this. I've never had the issue with this.
No, I understand. But that technique, whatever the stamping of it, that would be available if we went with the asphalt. I get it with the concrete as well, but not just in the little pieces, but in the actual roundabout as well.
Correct. That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the aesthetic of either would be similar.
Kurt, is this what we did at the crosswalk by the school?
Don't mention that, Dan.
Well, it's the same thing. That's why it's burned into my memory. I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's exact. Chief, do you have any insights? I don't know if this is exactly what we did there or not.
Andy?
No, I don't believe it is. I mean, we had the issue with that because we were trying to get it within such a small height, and we had drainage issues and everything else, and that's what the holdup was. I don't believe you're going to have the same type of issues here. I believe this is just aesthetically a way of a raised curve so you could actually see it. Now, they may be able to, elaborate on that a little more, but that's my understanding of it.
And I think that as well, Dan, that was going to be raised up where like you felt that you were going over it. Remember, there was supposed to be that.
Yeah, no, the actual technique though was a stamped approach to get the aesthetic. It wasn't like they were laying individual bricks. That's what I'm focused on, not the difference in elevation. I get that part, but I think we use the same approach. That's all.
Your turn again, Bill.
No, you have no volume at all.
Dave, can you pull Bill out and see if you can help him with his volume issues?
Sure, we're working on it right now. We'll pull them out.
Thank you.
Oh, this is Chris Stanford from Michael Baker. While we're waiting, is there any further thoughts on the choice of a median, a curb, just a curbed situation at Sandy Run versus a full Jersey barrier?
How wide does it have to be, Chris? What's your footprint you're looking at that you need?
We were going to match the existing median that's out there, which is about 3 foot wide.
3 feet.
Yeah, I like the first option personally.
Yeah, I would just extend the what's there now. Something as aesthetic as possible.
Yeah, that's our preference too. And the end treatment, the crash-worthy end treatment in the middle of the road is a concern. So yeah, we would tend to agree that the curved approach would make sense to us.
In the roundabout itself, it's we have a lot of not a lot, but we've seen a lot of rain gardens of late in the middle of many roundabouts or middle, like at the end of a cul-de-sac that essentially turn into mini roundabouts at the end of a cul-de-sac. Is that something you could fit in there?
Well, this is meant to be temporary, right? Like this is not necessarily the full-term solution.
Well, the answer to the first part of the question is no, because we're trying to allow for larger trucks to still traverse the intersection, and they'll have to cross over. They're going to have to cross over the island. Okay. That's without doing widening. That's the only solution that we can come up with to install the mini roundabout within the footprint of the existing roadway. And yeah, we're trying to balance the short-term and a long-term solution here. We want to put something in here, obviously, that's going to, have some longevity, can take, traffic loading and so on. But at the same time, we understand the potential to go to a long-term solution. So that's part of the kind of the input we'd like to get tonight, whether some of these treatments would be asphalt, which would be obviously cheaper to install and easier to take out, versus concrete, which would have more longevity, but might cost a bit more, but would hold up better, but again, would be more difficult to take out in the long run. So we can discuss that a bit more later in the presentation, I think, if Bill's able to join us. If not, maybe we can transfer the presentation over to someone else and we can keep going.
Would there be an option to do bid alternates to see what the prices would be under different scenarios? And that would give us the chance to kind of price out whether we want to do which barrier type and style. That way, and I'm not sure where, like I said, we may end up at the same place we're at now, but at least we have a choice.
Yeah, that's always an option. We can do some bid alternates or bid alternates in the bid specification.
And John, I think that would work out really well with the island treatment, whether the islands have concrete or stamped asphalt. But for the barrier right in front of Sandy Run Road to prevent left turns, I think that's sort of a decision you have to make now. That doesn't lend itself to a bid alternate. I think it sounded like at least James and Fred, and I'm not sure if Suzanne and Dan also chimed in about the curb being preferred to the barrier. The barrier with that attenuator at the end, it'll kind of look a little goofy, I think, and it creates a few extra constructability issues with you have to widen the road just slightly and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we're all at full reveal curb median then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think the only thing bid alternate would be either we'll see the difference between asphalt and cement as far as the roundabout centers, the fill.
Great.
I believe Bill is back and on the phone, so you can hear him.
Can everyone hear me?
Echo though.
Bill, if you could mute the volume on your computer if you still have it on, then you won't echo like that.
Okay, I think we're better now, hopefully.
Yes.
Good.
Great.
I will share my screen again if that's okay. Okay, am I okay to pick up here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So at Edgewood and Schuyler, we have a mini roundabout, and this one will be fully within the existing roadway limit. We'll have the mountable median in the center with the concrete curb, and then we'll have flush splitter islands. There will be ADA curb ramps and crosswalks. And as you'll see, on the next slide, we'll have in two slides here, we're proposing a pedestrian connection from Schuyler Road to the synagogue on the south side of the intersection. The township indicated that there are a number of residents that cross the road currently, so we'll be providing a safe and marked crossing there on the west side as well. To go back here a bit, as I mentioned a bit earlier, we do have the two options for that center island of asphalt versus concrete. Both have pros and cons. We want to note that both of them will be rated for the type and the amount of traffic that's present out there. Both will be long lasting. It's the other pros and cons. Asphalt's a more cost-effective method. It does go in quicker. We don't have to wait for it to get up to strength like you would for concrete. And if it's determined in the future that the roundabout would come out, it is easier to remove. Concrete, higher cost. We do have to wait about 7 days to get the cure of the concrete up to a strength where it can be driven on, and that is dependent on weather. So if the weather agrees with us, it could be less. If it doesn't, it could be more. And concrete is certainly more difficult to remove, but it does last a lot longer. So this is another option that we could use the board's guidance on. Like I said, the aesthetic would be the same. It's really just these other considerations.
What's the premium on concrete? Is it like 1.25 versus asphalt or 1.5 or something like that? What do you normally see in cost?
Admittedly, we haven't really spec'd the cost of this for this specific project. We would need to do that, especially considering that it's decorative, but it will be somewhere in that neighborhood, yes. But it lasts probably twice as long.
Yeah, I lean more towards concrete. I just want to make sure if leaning more towards concrete doesn't break the bank, because asphalt does tend to fall apart over time.
And the concrete would also be colorized?
Correct.
yes, we've that's something that can be done without issue. And like those examples I showed earlier, those were all mostly all concrete in the middle, so it won't look too much different depending which it is. It'll be longer lasting if it's concrete. So especially when the intent is to have truck traffic running over that center median, so the concrete will hold up better. In addition to the mini roundabout, we also are proposing to extend the bituminous path that runs down Edgewood to Schuyler right now, bring it up and around and form a crossing on Schuyler and have ramps on each leg of this intersection to make for safe crossing for pedestrians.
Bill, real quick, it's Kurt. If you don't, just for the board's sake, when you're talking about the concrete taking the extra week or so, we would then have to factor in probably coordinating with the police department regarding traffic restrictions or truck restrictions to make sure that nothing was running over it for that week or so, correct?
Correct. Yes. It's, it'll have to, yeah, it can't be driven over at all. Trucks aren't going to be able to navigate the travel lane. So we can get more into the detours as we progress, but it could be a situation where we can open to passenger vehicles, but need to maintain a truck detour, for instance. Passenger vehicles should not be driving over the center median, so they should be able to drive adjacent to it, but we need to make sure that that's the case because the concrete needs time to harden and strengthen without being driven over at all. So a similar situation at Mill Road. The only difference here, it'll take a little longer because on that southeast corner by the park, we do need to widen a little bit and regrade off the side of the road on the bottom right. Otherwise, pretty similar in look to the other mini roundabout. We will maintain access to the township complex. You can see the splitter island on the left stopped short there, and there's a center left turn lane for in and outs. Otherwise, more or less the same, just a bit of widening required on Mill Road here.
Who owns the property that we need to widen on Mill Road? We have the right of way on that? Okay.
I believe that is a township park.
Okay.
And it's just the area on the lower right-hand corner of that roundabout where you see those trees clustered. The other side is free and clear of any road widening.
Jim, is that where the ball
issues there, Jim?
I'm sorry. Is that where the ball fields are there?
Yes.
Yeah. Jim, that doesn't create any drainage issues, right?
That's the Stoddard complex, Stoddard Field 3 right near there. And the volleyball area. That's the corner there to orient everybody.
And I don't believe there's any drainage issues involved with this little bit of widening here.
If I can add, can I add something to that while you're on this slide? Larry took a look at this, and I think he brought up a very good point. If you look on the right side of this slide here, where we have the striped out median, and then it transitions back to the normal cross section, a little just off of the slide, there's a pedestrian crossing that takes you from one side of Edgewood to the other. And if Larry was suggesting, rather than transitioning you back, I know we have to kind of extend the scope of work, but it is a township road, to stripe a left turn lane into the township driveway. I think it's the Public Works driveway there. And then have a shadowed island on the opposite of that so that the people who are crossing Edgewood, I guess on the east of this, it's off the screen, but on the east side, they could have an area where they would cross over and you could stop in the middle and then finish your crossing, rather than that the way they have to do it now across the entire road all at once. So I thought that was a suggestion worth considering. Since we're doing all this, it would make a lot of sense, and we can do it with just striping. There's no other, besides restriping the road, there's no other cost, no widening, no pavement.
Okay. We'll take a look. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
We have approached the township about the need for detours, and just this morning or yesterday, it was suggested that while the work at Schuyler and Sandy Run are taking place, it could be done in tandem and close Edgewood somewhere around Mill Road with a signed detour here down Oxford Valley, up Stony Hill to Haycock, and back to Edgewood. This would be our preferred detour for all of the work on Edgewood, and we could shift the signing around as need be for the adjacent roads. One thing that I note later is that we are detouring onto PennDOT Road, so you can see down at the bottom, 2069 Stony Hill Road is a state road, so we will need to get concurrence from District 6 at PennDOT for doing this. Don't foresee it as an issue, but just to let them know that we intend to use state roads as a detour route and put signs within the right of way, temporary signs. The one for Schuyler, we intend to sign 2 detours here. The red detour would be for through traffic, and these are the folks that are that don't live between Langhorne, Yardley, and Edgewood. We'll try to get them up Edgewood and around Langhorne, Yardley to avoid all of the residential areas between the two. The green line would be for those folks who live in this area and are coming down Schuyler. We have to divert traffic to one of the side roads. Lexington is the one adjacent to the project. So that's a consideration that for how much traffic will end up there. But the intent is to sign the detour at Schuyler and Langhorne Yardley as closed to through traffic, and hopefully capture as much of that traffic as we can so that we're not diverting much traffic through the neighborhood.
What time
Sandy
would
Run,
that be for, Bill?
several weeks.
Several weeks. Is that what's your? I guess as you go through, if you could let us know about your overall construction time frame too, that would be helpful.
Sure. In consulting with our inspection staff who have experience with this, the thought is that Mill and Sandy Run would be 2 weeks each, and Mill would be 3. That's weather dependent. Certainly, some of this stamping can take a lot longer. If it's colder, it can go a lot quicker if it's warmer. So if we get some nice warm, good weather in the spring, ideally this can be done on the shorter end of that spectrum. But always want to build in at least a little buffer because the weather obviously never fully cooperates. So
when you say 2 to 3 weeks each, is that you do 2 or 3 weeks at one intersection or near that road, and then 2 to 3 weeks at the next one, then 2 to 3 weeks at the next one, or can you do them concurrently?
The safety officer had suggested that we do the improvements at Schuyler and Sandy Run in tandem, and then reopen those intersections, and then do the improvements at Mill. As I've mentioned, we do need to get the selected contractor on board with that too. We can game plan as the township would, what the township's preference is, but still need to make sure that the contractor thinks that that's feasible from their end as well. We can reflect that sequence of construction in the bid package so that the contractors are aware of what they're bidding on in terms of what the preferred order and what work's being lumped together. But ultimately, the contractor needs to be able to build it how they think they can most efficiently. But hopefully we can do those first two and then do mill and minimize impacts to the adjacent areas as much as possible.
And related to that, you haven't sent it out to any contractors to do like constructability reviews up front. You're going to kind of doing best you can in-house and then let the contractors bid on something and provide you a schedule that way to see how they match.
Correct. We have a number of experienced inspectors in-house. So this constructability information came directly from them. So we have not reached out to any prospective contractors. The detour shown here is for Sandy Run, which is up and over, up under the train and over Reading Avenue. And then for Mill Road, it's a lot simpler. It's using that Oxford Valley segment that we would be using for Edgewood anyway. So that one should hopefully be the least disruptive. There's a few additional considerations in terms of permitting. As I mentioned, we need to alert the district that we intend to use several of their roads for detouring. We don't believe any other PennDOT or federal permitting is required. The new disturbance is less than an acre. So while we will have E&S plans prepared and they'll need to be on site, we don't need a formal review by the County Conservation District. And as I alerted Jim to, at Schuyler Road, there are several properties that the sidewalk extensions will need to be on their property. So permission or hopefully just permission or perhaps easements would be needed from those property owners to construct the sidewalk improvements. It's very minimal impacts and it's a good safety improvement. So we don't foresee any issues with that, but the township, Jim is aware that there are several owners that will need improvements installed outside of the right of way. And then, as I mentioned here, just as an FYI, the plans and the bid package will all go through Michael Baker's quality assurance and quality control process. It's already begun to with the constructability review and things of that nature. So we will make sure that everything is where it needs to be for the final plans and bid package. This is my email address. If anyone watching or anyone at all has any questions, feel free to reach out. We'll get back to you as quickly as possible. Are there any other questions?
So, Bill, what is your, have you done an engineer's estimate for cost?
Not yet. We need to nail down some of these differences, and we need final direction on what we're using, and then our intent was after tonight we'll get moving on the quantities and the cost and things like that.
Okay.
At this point in the game, we're still at a somewhat preliminary phase.
So we don't have a good handle on cost yet?
We have not done a cost estimate.
Okay, both. Okay.
So Bill, what would you like from the board at this point?
Can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
The two items were, which I think you might have been discussing while I was out, the curb median versus the wall barrier, and then concrete versus asphalt.
So I think we're all in agreement on the curbing instead of a barrier. And I guess the only question at this point is, since Supervisor Lewis brought the possibility of bid alternates, what is the board's preference? And then we get the alternative is a bid alternate, just so we can be thorough in our budgeting. So, Dan.
Yeah. So, I mean, just like anything else, you always like to get the nicer stuff that lasts longer, but you sometimes pay for it. So the concrete to me sticks out as something I'd like to look at. But if we have I think the bid alternate, that's a very common approach. This isn't a lot of material for large construction companies, right? So it wouldn't be, one concrete, one asphalt to try and save a few bucks. It would be 2 of each or whatever. So I'd like to see the cost for both. I mean, we're still early too, because we haven't done cost estimates, so we don't really have our heads wrapped around it. But if it's not a heavy lift, I would like to see a bid alternate with personal preference is concrete, but you've got to be able to justify the cost there. That's all.
Is that consensus of the board?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, I lean towards the concrete as well, but I'd like to see bids on both to kind of just make sure we're making a sound financial decision on it.
Stamped concrete versus stamped asphalt. And
asphalt.
And get that way we'll have the cost of both, but concrete would be our preference. And then when we meet again, we'll be able to make the final decisions on the project and sending it out to bid.
So, Mr. Chairman, at this time, is it probably to provide a motion for them to go forth?
I think motion to authorize Michael Baker and Associates to proceed as directed by the Board of Supervisors tonight, as indicated.
So moved.
Wait a second. Second, Ms. Blundy. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to clarify what the motion is.
As well as board discussion.
Sorry.
To continue with the project, to get the design to our specifications, curbing versus the Jersey barriers or the other barrier, and concrete over asphalt. But the asphalt will be a bid alternate, so we get some idea of the cost of the project.
So we're taking it through. Yes. So we're proceeding with the design, but we're not voting to take it to bid yet. That's correct.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
The other thing to think about too, is the difference between asphalt and concrete. Is a question about if we have to do reconstruction later, what does that cost 10, 20 years from now? And that might help really inform the trade-off. So, because I'm hoping that concrete's obviously a clear winner easily, and that what have you if it's double the lifespan. But I want to know what a cost would be for repairs down the road. What that roughly, if we have to do like a full repair.
And don't forget that asphalt will be somewhat dependent on the price of petroleum at whatever particular time you're involved in that.
Yeah, well, that's going to be good and good for asphalt in the short run, I think. But
short term, sure, yeah.
And how long will it take that to come back to us? So, like, when could we envision starting the bidding?
Sometime in the next several weeks. I think we talked with Jim, hopefully about 3 weeks.
So just so you're aware, so our current meeting schedule that we have would have the last meeting of the year, unless we were to schedule a separate one, would be December 16th. Do you think we could, which is, what is that, about a month? That's about 4 weeks. Do you think we would be able to have something on the agenda that if we brought you back with these final points, that's a reasonable time frame?
I would think so.
Okay.
Because in the end, if that would be the case for the board, if they came back and you were satisfied with what you saw, you were proceeding in the manner that you did, I would think at that meeting, then you could make a motion to proceed to bid if you were content with where it landed.
That works for me. Any other discussion from the board? Monica, is there any public comment?
Can I ask a question, Fred?
Sure, Joe.
I know we talked to Bill about, there's an alternative between asphalt and Portland cement concrete. But in the median, in the middle where the trucks have to go over, I think you're still going to need Portland cement around the perimeter to give it strength to support the stamped asphalt. And so that's kind of like the perimeter is going to need to be Portland cement. But the question then becomes, does every splitter island then become either concrete or stamped asphalt? So I think, to me, it sounds like there's the two perimeters for the mini roundabouts have to be Portland cement to give strength for the trucks. And then the question becomes, does the balance of everything else become stamped asphalt or stamped concrete? Is that right, Bill?
Yes, I agree. It'll be standard concrete mountable curb, like we saw in the examples. So yeah, the curb around the circle perimeter is going to be concrete one way or the other.
Okay.
It's the only thing that'll work.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Any other board or staff comments? Questions? In that case, Monica, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, hearing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion as presented, signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you very much, guys. See you in a month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, we'll go to item 9, engineers report. Andrew.
Yes, hello. I apologize. You're going to have to hear an engineer speak for a little while longer here. Within your packet, the supervisors, you have my engineers report. I have a couple of updates. The 2021 Township Road Program, we are in the process of the design for the road program and putting together the bid budget or the bidding documents for that. Roadway pavement cores will be taken this weekend. I've reminded our crews of the construction start times and the construction noise times on weekends. So we will be abiding by that, but they do anticipate taking roadway pavement cores this weekend. I spoke with the grant coordinator for the Multimodal Transportation Fund grant. If you'll remember, we put in an application at the end of September. We put in 2 applications actually for the Woodside Road bike path and also ADA ramps throughout the township. He indicated that they received a lot of applications and it is going to take some time to go through them and evaluate them. So they do not anticipate an award until March of 2021 for those grant applications. Moving into planning projects, Aaron Development, that is on the north side of Dobry Road. We had a pre-construction meeting last Friday. In speaking with the contractor, they anticipate beginning on-site work, not next week, but I guess the Monday after Thanksgiving. That's their tentative schedule for starting construction at this time. Moving into construction projects, Regency at Yardley, the north side development.
I'm sorry, Andy. Given all that's been going on, could you just, remind them as well about our ordinance in terms of construction start time, et cetera?
Yes, we did that at the pre-construction meeting, but I will hammer it home with them.
Okay. If you think it's good, it's good.
Yeah. Moving into construction projects, Regency at Yardley on the north side, they are working through punch list items. They are completing the base repair of roadways. They anticipate final paving of the roadways. I believe that's going to start the week after Thanksgiving. This is all weather dependent. It has to be 40 degrees and rising in order for them to be able to get asphalt paving down. So It's very much weather dependent at this point. Given the Caddis Healthcare development, I met with Supervisor Lewis and several interested residents, and at the Caddis, or at the residence at the Regency at Yardley on the north side on Monday evening to review the site lighting improvements. We spoke with the developer. They are amenable to working with us to address or implement additional site lighting improvements. That's something that's still, they're looking into what they can do. And so that's going to take some time. But the initial conversation with them, that the wall mounted units, they did put shields up. The residents seem to believe that those were insufficient. And so we're talking with the developer to see what else can be done. There are a couple of trees that are dead within the buffer that need to be replaced, and the developers agreed to do that. At this time, we're fast approaching the time of the year where it's not likely that trees could be planted at this point. So again, we're talking with them as far as planting the trees along the southern property line there. And the other item is we received the sound test from them, and they are within their limits for noise for the start of the generator and for ambient noise as well.
Hey, Andy, I stopped by, met with some residents last night. My car was in the shop Monday night, so I couldn't meet you guys to see that. And a couple of things that one of the issues I think is that the residents sort of in that southern corner of the Caddis area that are often vocal, but for good reason. Most of their living quarters, they have basements that are above ground basements, so their living quarters are about a floor and a half, maybe half a floor up, plus or minus. So they actually, there's no berm between them. They're flat and they look down at all this. So during construction, what you see is, the trees they planted obviously are smaller. So they're looking over the trees that they planted. Most of them are spruce or eastern white pines or something like that. But the lights seem to be LEDs that bounce off of a white faux stone with glare that comes back through pretty bright into their homes, which I'm not sure if you were in any of their homes, but it's pretty bright back in there. And on top of just the wall mounted lights, I'm not sure if it's during construction or once operation kicks in, most of the lights inside of the buildings are on as well, creating additional light issues. So I was wondering, I know they're talking about the wall mounted lights and how to address that. I was wondering if there are any treatments they could do to the exterior, and also if there's any way we could talk to them about if they could put up shades or at least turn off the lights at night, because that was just a significant amount of light from what I could tell.
Yeah, I would agree, and that's something that we're in talks with. There is treatment that they could put on the exterior of the building to dull the amount of reflection off the wall. There are, blinds or even, operational issues where they could turn off the lights, the interior lights at certain points. So we're talking with them on all of those options. Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing, I'm not sure if it happened the morning on Tuesday morning or sometime on Monday. So I'm not sure if you guys got to see it, but in that same back corner, it looks like there's sort of a patio with, there looked like a 2 or 3 foot wide grass strip and then a curb. that entire 2 or 3 foot wide grass strip was completely ripped up and piled up a couple feet high of dirt. And I'm not sure what that was, but they were rumored to be putting in a wall back there in that section. I'm not sure any clue what that was?
When I was over there Monday night, I noticed it too, and I brought that up to the developer. On the record plan, it's shown as an enclosed courtyard or a secured courtyard. Mm-hmm. The patio is not shown on the record plan. So they have to amend the record plan and I told them, go back to your design engineer, take a look see how that impacts impervious area for the site, see how it impacts just an amendment to the record plan. So that's something that
will help the light situation. I don't know how tall it's going to be, but
I'm sorry?
The wall that they're planning, would that, or whatever, the enclosure, would that help the light situation in that corner?
Probably not, because of what you mentioned with it's sitting up, the residents sitting up above and looking down on the Caddis facility. So,
and then my last question, I swear, the other thing we were looking at with the generator in the back on the I thought I recalled this, but I couldn't be certain because I didn't have plans. Was that supposed to be in some, not enclosure, but like some decorative fence around it, so you don't have to look at the generator?
On the record plan, there's no enclosure shown around that. It's a concrete pad that it sits on, and that's what is shown on the record plan. So at this time, there's no enclosure that.
Okay, I thought we had talked about putting some like.
That was for the trash.
Just the trash? Okay.
Yeah, and they did build that, yeah. Okay. But you are right, man. When you're at the deck level, which is like their living level, it shines right in. You're getting it full strength.
Appreciate you going to look at that and trying to come up with
yeah. Andrew, thanks, man. That was great.
Well, and I just want to kind of remind that, I was out there with a light meter. I did measure the foot candles, both up on the deck of one of the homes and in the backyard, and it measured as 0 foot candles. There is no projection of light, but there is an observance of light. So technically they're meeting the ordinance, but as I explained to the residents when we were out there Monday night, this is a request, not necessarily a requirement of the developer. And so the developer, if they deserve any credit, it would be that they are, still open to talking with us and trying to be good neighbors and work with us to mitigate the impact.
You said they are trying to work, right, with the neighbors?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Next item is for the Octagon Center, the Lightbridge Academy. We received a sketch plan, a request from the developer. They want to relocate the trash enclosure. Right now, it is up against. Well, it is behind the new daycare building, and the trash enclosure is facing west. They want to relocate it along the north side of the curb line, opposite the parking lot area, in between the two buildings, and have the trash enclosure face south. There would be no issue with access of the trash truck being able to access it, but they would take up 2 parking spaces. So because they're right up against their limit for parking on that site, they would have to find 2 parking spaces somewhere else within the site. And so basically the design engineer is going back to the drawing board and trying to figure out how they can do that. And we're waiting for a revised sketch plan for that. Gamel's Corner, we've received a formal request for dedication and release of escrow. I've informed the developer that the plantings within rain garden number 2 were plugs. They weren't established plants, and I'd like to see a maintenance plan in place to make sure that those become established plants prior to signing off on a recommendation for release of escrow. Artist Senior Living Center, they have completed their punch list items, and they will be submitting a formal request for release of escrow. I anticipate presenting that at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Same with the Zubeda Foundation. They completed their final closeout items, and we'll be processing their final release of escrow as well. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you. Any questions to the engineer?
Yeah, Andy, how's the I've run by it a couple times. The Quarry, what are we calling it? The Quarry Road Booster Pump Station. How's that going?
They're proceeding with construction. The building's in, and we haven't gotten a request to review the rain gardens or inspect the rain gardens. But yeah, so that's proceeding. I myself haven't been out there recently, and I'm scheduled to meet with residents over at Regency tomorrow, so I was going to take a swing by there.
The one thing I'm curious, I know that they still have a ways to go with stabilizing the ground and all that. They still have their the building's up, so you can obviously see it. I'm thinking of Supervisor Belinda here. When I ran by, I was looking at the door and some of the stuff there, and I noticed they did not have, this is like my Wakanda thing here, but they didn't have the door treatments up. I was wondering if they were still planning on doing that, and if we have any thoughts yet on that from them.
I'll bring it up with them.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yep.
Andy, following up on that, since you said it may be too late to plant over on the buffer between Regency and Caddis, is it too late for them to plant their rain gardens?
It's too late for them to probably plant the plugs and have the plugs established, but it wouldn't be too late for them to stabilize those rain gardens. So they could grade them. They could put the amended soils in, and then they could have them stable throughout winter before.
But that would be like a, hurry up and get that done, right? I mean, that's something where the window is going to close on that if it's not completed quickly.
It just depends on the means of stabilizing the area. They could stabilize it with like some type of matting that they could put down, and that can be done. There's no urgency in getting that done.
Okay.
We're still in tree planting season. We're not in herbaceous planting season right now. It's a little too late for that.
Right.
Okay, I understand there's some public comment. Monica?
Yes, I believe Elaine is on the line first for Caddis.
Okay. Elaine, you have to unmute yourself and then give your full name.
Actually, Fred is in for Caddis. He had a question.
Oh, I got Fred and Elaine. Who's first? Fred?
This is Fred.
Hey, Fred, give your full name and address and make a comment.
All right. Hi, my name is Fred Falk. I live at 253 Truman Way in the Regency at Yardley community. And thank you for the conversation that you had earlier with regards to the firsthand visits that you've made to our community to see how the lighting and buffer plan is not necessarily meeting the needs to maintain our quality of life here at the Regency at Yardley. One thing I just wanted to mention, you spoke quite a bit about the amount of observances you had on the southwest corner of the property and the lighting that's coming off the building and out of the building. But there is significant issues that we're dealing with on the southeast side, where you have the parking lot and the portico, and the amount of light that's being cast off of those parking lot lights. And if I go and look at our ordinance for the town, it says that non-glare lights focused downward are part of the ordinance. And it mentions Mr. Pockel's foot candle measurement in the ordinance, but it does have an exception. And the exception states that where such illumination will cause spillover on the adjacent properties, that foot candle measurement becomes irrelevant. So the whole idea is that this property is creating so much glare, so much glow, that it lights up our bedrooms, our living rooms, and our decks, and it is really negatively affecting our quality of life. And I'm very interested to hear what kind of suggestions you guys can come up with to help us mitigate the issues, because the builder over there does work with Mr. Pockel on things, but we don't see things actually getting done with regards to the lighting issues. I do appreciate the fact that we did get the plantings put in place where the builder ripped out a lot of Regency property, but those plantings will take about 5 years to grow tall enough to block any lights that may be on that property for the residents of Regency at Yardley. So we need to have some kind of a mitigation plan that will bridge us from now until the 5 years from now when those trees do grow to full growth.
Go ahead, Alan.
So yes, the discussion with the developer includes mitigation efforts on the parking lot lights as well. And there were additional trees that, yes, they removed plantings. They overstepped their limits of earth disturbance, and so we required that they plant 35 green giant arborvitae trees along the property line. In fact, we moved them up and had them plant them on the Regency side because that's closer to the top of the berm. I would agree with Mr. Falk's assessment that it will take a number of years for them to grow to a height that would be a barrier to the homes. But in addition to that, they also planted 28 trees along the buffer as well, over and above what was shown on the landscape plan.
Where did they plant the green giant arborvitae?
This would have been, I would say, in the location of the portico. There was 2 rows of 17 and 18 green giant arborvitae up at the top of the hill.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, I have 27 of them in my backyard to form like a green fence. So they're good. They grow fast. Sort of, I planted mine at 2 feet tall 4 years ago, and now they're probably 15 feet tall. So that's nice, but they also grow straight up. So 27 trees or 35 trees sounds like a lot of trees, but you're not covering a lot of ground per se, and that's a lengthy property line. So it's a good start. We just want to see if we can fill in the gaps, I guess, is what.
And we noticed some gaps too of areas where they could have put the green giants that they didn't, and then there's the dead tree zones. There's a couple areas that are really big gaps to fix.
And it might be a good idea to remind them that since they did come into Regency property and wrongly take down the trees, it would be fair for them to do a little extra to mitigate the lighting. I mean, I think that's reasonable to for the developer to consider. Monica, is there anybody else that's
Yes.
in the queue?
Yes, we have Elaine on the line.
Okay.
Elaine, please press *6 or #6 when you come in to unmute yourself.
There you go.
Hi,
Elaine.
can you hear me?
Yep, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Yes. I'm Elaine Scalone. I live at 247 Hoover Way in Regency at Yardley. I'm Fred Falk's next door neighbor, and we both are affected by the portico and the parking lights tremendously. Mine is the bedroom, my living room, and my kitchen, as well as a deck that's fully illuminated from the time that the lights come on at 5 o'clock till the following morning. It's 24/7, basically. I mean, that's a big quality life. There's no areas that are in darkness, let's put it that way. The parking lot lights, I do not think that they are downward light. The lights do not stream the light downward the way night sky lights are supposed to be. The builder, when we went to other town board meetings, when they were in the middle, starting the whole Caddis development, the representative for Caddis says, oh, no problem with putting up trees if the headlights are bothering you, and night sky lights would be considered. Well, these aren't night sky lights, and I'm right at the area where the builder overstepped the property and went into the Regency at Yardley property. I mean, he should put up full-size trees on the Regency side to help further block the portico and do something further with the lights, the street lights that are in the parking lot. I do appreciate the town board people that came out to look. It is appreciated. I sent a video of what my deck looks like and other lights in my backyard to the other town board members through email the other day, prior to Monday, I believe I sent it. If you look it up on your emails, I'm sure you'll be able to see some video and still photos. I would appreciate if the town could do something about this, because it truly is affecting our quality of life. I mean, this community is a senior community. This isn't leisure. This is aggravation. So I really hope that the town could do something about this. Thank you.
Elaine.
I will say that I have discussed that with the developer, that is the goal, to get those lantern style lights within the parking lot to be more downward cast.
Yeah, and Elaine is like right in the dead zone with the portico. So she's like looking directly at all the lights and then the big balls from the parking lights. So she's her property is right there for that. So she's getting the brunt of it now.
Sure.
Right. I mean, I mentioned the other day, when Mr. Lewis and Andrew Pollack, I forgot your last name, was at the meeting, that, we pay a lot of taxes in this development, and the town should be really helping the community out. It's not our doing that they put this nursing home here on a small lot. I mean, it really should have been on a bigger parcel of land. So there was some empty land around it, the way the Sunrise building has empty land around it on Oxford Valley Road and Hecot. But, it is what it is that the building's here, but, at least make it livable to the people that have to live next to it.
Thank you, Elaine. Okay.
Fred, we have another caller. We have two more callers.
Okay. Who's next?
Kathy would be next.
Kathy, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Kathy. Unmute yourself, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Kathy, if you could please press *6 to unmute yourself.
There you go.
Press that up. For some reason, it didn't work. Yeah, I'm Kathy Pruner. I live at 249 Hoover Way. I live next door to Elaine Scalone, and I live more toward the parking lot side of the Caddis facility. But we have the front lighting that shines into our property and our deck and our breakfast nook kitchen area. And then we're more adjacent to the parking lot as well. And those parking lot lights are really intrusive in the evening. And especially now that the trees have lost their leaves, and maybe Caddis was expecting, it not to be a problem because of all the trees in between the properties. But in the wintertime, when there's no leaves on those trees, it's very bright, and those lights do not shine down. They shine across. They light up our deck, our bedroom, and into our kitchen and living room areas as well. So I kind of mirror and the same sentiments of Elaine and also Fred Falk, what they were expressing, and it has really impacted our quality of life. I did not expect this to be an issue. I mean, we kind of lived through a summer where we could not even go out and enjoy our decks because of the noise that was going on, and they started doing construction way past even 5 o'clock every day. And even on weekends and Saturday morning, we'd be awakened by heavy machinery. Now that the place is almost finished, we finally have more quiet, but we have these lights at night, and that is really affecting, our quality of life here. And it's not something that, I think should come with living in a facility like this, a 55 plus neighborhood.
Thank you, Kathy. We appreciate the comment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fred, the next caller is Lee.
Hi, Lee.
Hello?
Yep, hi, Lee. Give your full name, address, and make your comment.
All right, this is Lee Pedowitz at 247 Truman Way, and want to thank Chairman Weiss, the rest of the Board of Supervisors, Chief Jim Majewski, and Andy Pockel for paying attention to what we're commenting on regarding the lights and the vegetation for a barrier in the back. It's well appreciated. I believe it or not, I'm not going to talk about the work hours or the noise tonight. The only thing, I just have a quick question. Well, I'm just going to say one thing. My experience with the developer has been seeing is believing, so hopefully they'll come across with what they're saying they will. But I just have a question for Mr. Pockel. On the south side of the building, there are two green enclosures, which I assume is Pico equipment. And if you look on the south side of the building, it looks like there's a row of lockers, which I don't think shows up on the building plans. And I wonder if, Andy, you know what those locker-looking things are?
I don't, to be honest with you. I don't recall what you're speaking of. I will advise that it's a building that's still under construction, and so I'm not sure if they are permanent fixtures outside or they're using that as temporary storage until something gets put in inside.
I've been watching it because we can see it, and now, especially now that the leaves are down, and it looks like it might be some electrical equipment in there. And if it is, it would have to be protected with barriers, especially since there's a roadway back there. But I was just wondering if you'd found out what that was.
I will look into it, and I will have an answer for you at the next meeting.
Great. Thank you very much, Andy. Have a happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank you, Lee, for your comment. Is there any other comment from the public, Monica?
No further public comment.
Very good. And I'm sure before we issue a final C of O, we'll get all this stuff taken care of. Next on the agenda, item 10, project updates. We have before us a list of the ongoing projects. Is there any comments or questions about these projects? Monica, is there any public comment on the projects?
No public comment.
Okay, in that case, we'll go to item 11, the manager's report. Mr. Ferguson.
What I thought, just to give you a quick overview here, I'm going to do a much briefer version of the slideshow that I had presented at our special meeting. And per that meeting as well, we had talked about wanting to speak about a specific culvert that that our township engineer will be prepared to give an overview on with some pictures for board contemplation of including that in next year's budget. And I can give some financial insights as well at that point. But Monica, could we bring up the new file that was sent over for today, please?
Sure, just 1 minute.
So while we're waiting, as I said, I do have the other presentation if board members want to see things, but I thought I would go through, there's not pictures in this one, that I would pare this down to some of the highlights as far as what was presented. And as I gave to you all, there's some very small modifications in the numbers that were provided. We'll go through this. Can we go through the first slide, please? So, as was discussed at the last meeting, and I think is important, the budget now for the preliminary budget, it says their manager's budget, but for the preliminary budget, there is no millage increase that is being recommended. And as I had done in that meeting, you can see we broke this down for the estimated cost of the property tax on a $400,000 house as an example, and how that divvies up for the 7 funds that collect a millage. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we can see here, so what I'm going to give you the modifications. This slide doesn't have the updated numbers in it, but the 2021 starting fund balance is $4,130,000. And the year-end estimated fund balance will be $2,584,000. That the primary change for that was a slight modification in the real estate transfer tax for this year. So the estimate for next year would be a year-end fund balance of $2,584,000. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm sorry, can you pull up the new file? I was wondering why that was wrong. This is the old one, the new one that was sent today, please.
See you.
Yeah, thank you. So as I had said here, if you look and see the starting fund balance that I had mentioned of $4,130,000, I will remind you all that fund balance in it is much higher than we've seen in the last number of years because it includes the $3 million deposit on the sewer system that we're anticipating having by December. And you can see the year-end fund balance for 2021 of $2,584,000. I'll point out now what I said several weeks ago with the initial presentation. For well over a decade, we have had a structural imbalance between revenues and expenses. So we're continuing to see this in this budget, although I wanted to make sure in the end that you all saw that we are anticipating the general fund assisting both the golf course in 2021, as well as the pool that we talked about in somewhat great length at the last meeting, but I'll be covering again in a second. Could we go to the next slide, please? So as we had talked about, and issues that I know people are concerned about, we are still putting in place the recycle yard for next year with the following schedule that includes 5 Saturdays and 3 Mondays. As you all know, this year we added a weekend day or two when there was a big storm. We still leave the possibility for doing that. But if you look here for 2021, we have about a 6-week period in the spring between April 3rd and May 15th where we'd have 3 weekend drop-off days. which is consistent with what we did this year. We'll continue on in the next year. Next slide, please. So I want to cover just in passing sort of some of the main issues where funding is. This is the debt service fund for 2021. The 2.79 mils, which is again consistent with what we had this year, and the amount of that payment for 2021. Next slide, please. So while we do have capital expenditures in the capital expense fund, we do have a road machinery fund. We have been utilizing short-term financing for various purchases, such as the street sweeper that you all are well aware of. So we are suggesting and recommending for 2021 the purchase of a wheel loader and backhoe that would be financed, and purchasing a paving roller outright for our in-house paving program at a cost of $45,000. There is a fund balance that is expected at the end of 2021, but that balance is going to be used up over a period of years as the primary funding mechanism here is short-term financing to offset those payments. The next slide, please. Our liquid fuels budget, which is the money that we get from the state, which is anticipated to go down about 10% in 2021. That liquid fuels funding is based on formulas of the size of the town, the amount of roads, local roads that we maintain, as well as a collection of the fuel tax, which is down this year. As you know, through the pandemic, there was a significant period of time that there was much less travel. We purchase, this is where we primarily pave from, but we also buy rock salt and pay a portion of our labor costs when they're working on the roads, with a year-end fund balance of $101,000. I think it's important to have a fund balance in that account. That's where we buy rock salt from. And if we would have a particularly harsh winter, it gives us room to buy that rock salt. Next slide, please. As we had presented in that first budget meeting, we've been putting together 3-year road paving programs. We've also been putting together, for example, trail maintenance plans. And I'm very happy to say that in the first couple of years here, we have followed and completed those plans as we had put forth. In 2020, we did add a road from the 2021 program into 2020. So this is the 2021 plan for $645,000. Again, that is less in dollar amounts than we did this year. But we did have a bigger fund balance leading into this year that gave us the ability to try to knock off more roads than we have in past years. Can you go to the next slide, Jim?
Hey, Kurt, what do the different colors mean on the roads? Is that just because they're in the similar developments?
I believe that was Greg's. Greg, are you there? Or is Greg in here, Monica?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like the red one always sticks out to you as something being more important. So just want to make sure. Thanks.
That was a carryover from before. Sorry.
Okay, next slide, please, Jim. So, for 2022, as I had pointed out at the last meeting, when we updated our 3-year plan, we did add Silo Road into year 2 of this plan. It didn't appear anywhere before. We know we had a lot of residents calling and asking about that road. And we felt, one, that the strategy in paving that we want to employ is that we want to be more targeted with where we pave, that we wouldn't be restaging all over town as we paved. However, I think we also recognize in the end that we have leftover roads from, let's say, the last half a dozen or more years that would be roads we're trying to pick off and finish, such as Silo, and there's a couple of others in this list that will help close out a lot of those areas as we continue forward on that strategy. And then 2023, this would be, if you could go to the next slide, please, this would be what we've added for the 3rd year that was completed by both our public works director, our township engineer reviewing that for our 3-year road paving plan. Can you go to the next slide, please? So quickly, we have our park and recreation fund that has its own millage. This budget So if you'll remember, in 2020, we had budgeted and had approval to add an additional laborer that we delayed on with the concerns of the pandemic that were going on. We're asking and recommending that go in for next year with a start date of that new labor, which is factored into the budget of May 1st. We go over here. If you look down in the final paragraph there, some of these things will look familiar because they were budgeted last year. The doors at the community center, we waited. The community center is obviously closed. We've waited on that. Repairing tennis courts at Community Park, and completing a needs assessment and strategic plan for Park and Rec as well. Could you go to the next slide, please? So I wanted to go over this as well, and we can get into the details on this, but just to give the overview. So for Park and Recreation, you can see the sort of extra expenses that we were looking at for the year. We have the bike path repair, the community park tennis courts, but also as well the Woodside Road bike path that we have. We heard Andy in his report talk about the one grant that we have out that we'll hear early in the year. We do have a portion of that money set aside already, but we're waiting to hear on that $437,500 multimodal grant. That would then make that project possible for next year. Next slide, please. So if you look here, this is the updated trail plan. Again, I'm happy to say that in our 2020, we completed the trail plan as presented to the board and approved in the budget. The 2023 would be the portion that would be new to view. 21 and 22 were in last year's 3-year plan. Next slide, please. I want to go over this because, again, I already have 2 people calling about this. The plan is to open the pool next year. We have budgeted for an 80% membership collection. I'm not ready at this point to get into the weeds about how that would work, only that we have in place the financial plan if the pool can open. The hope is to open it. We are setting up the financing and the funding to open it. And then we would be working with the Park and Rec director, the Park and Rec board, this board, for how that could work. And if the board decides to go through and open it, that's ultimately a board decision, but I felt it our responsibility to make certain assumptions financially if you chose to do that. And that included an 80% membership collection percent that we are budgeting to collect. Even with that does require assistance from the general fund to be able to open it. Is that 80% collection? There's nothing scientific about it. It's our best guess as far as what we would collect. And again, that'll be a discussion for the board early in the year. But from a budget perspective, the financial plan is there to do it if the board elects to do it.
The full season, but 80% collection or 80% of the season.
I'm sorry, Dan, your thing came very muddy. I couldn't understand what you're talking.
Is that a full season, but 80% membership over that full season, or just?
Dan, you sound like somebody from Battlestar Galactica.
That one out.
Monica, can we work on whatever just happened?
Yeah, so we'll work on it.
I think what he was saying was 80% of the whole season is I think that's what I heard, right, Dan? Yeah.
It's basically 80% of what we would anticipate to collect for a whole season, right? So if it was not, I'm rounding numbers here, but if we would normally expect to collect $1 million in memberships, we're budgeting for 800,000.
Yeah, and if you can hear me, I'm sorry. I'm wondering if you're expecting to open on time or not next year.
Well, again, again, I don't want to sit and pin myself down on something someone's going to call about. In the end, the plan would be, if we're estimating revenue, that the membership costs totals will come at 80%. Whether or not we open late, we have a staggered schedule or whatever it is, that what we would expect to collect during a year, that from a budget perspective we've budgeted for 80% of that collection. Whatever that translates to in timeframes or what have you, I don't think we're prepared to talk about at this point. Okay, Dan, let me know. You want me to linger on this, or we can always come back to it if you want to ask something else. Okay.
Go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah. Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? So again, this is just this is from the previous presentation, but I just wanted to, so from the golf course perspective, here's the assistance that we're talking about the general fund providing to the golf course in 2021. Capital expenses are consistent with last year, a little more, but being focused on bunkers and the upkeep of those bunkers with the list of the debt payments for 2021. We go to the next slide, please. Sewer fund. I just felt important to bring this up here again, as we've talked about from a good part of the year. A rate increase for 2021, continuing on our maintenance and capital upgrades, lining, what have you, and in the budget itself, in the document that you all have and that's online, it adds that 7th year in, which would be like 2027, or whatever that 7th year would be in, with the expectation of following that 7-year plan. We have can I have the next slide, please? So overall for this budget, as I said before, this is not a budget that is that has significant spending outside of paying for staff and basic things as far as discretionary items. It includes 2 police cars, which in my opinion is modest for the police department. Some electronic reporting software for $13,000, but then building renovations on our 2nd floor, which would be used for office and interview rooms, so the police department can have some space to do that where they're not on top of each other, where whether it be officers working or interviewing people that are, in the midst of others. It's something that the department has talked about for some time that I've placed into the budget for 2021. The bike path that we've talked about and recreation, and then these special projects that we've talked about. And keep in mind, all of these have a significant grant component to them. The Sandy Run. The Sandy Run is coming from bond proceed money, but the other 3 projects, Big Oak Road, Route 332, and the Community Trail Project, which will likely be going out to bid in the next month or so, all have a significant grant component to them. Next slide, please. And as I had talked about at the last meeting, the township, as presented, had become aware of a deficiency and a failed inspection in the quiet zone at the Stony Hill Road crossing that we will need to plan for. That the median that was built was at 60 feet and not at the 100 feet. That was originally approved by the Federal Railroad Administration. The funding itself would be to create a 4-quadrant gate system to be compliant with federal guidelines. I would point out a couple things. One, the gate itself and that cost, we've had 2 separate sort of verbal estimates that would run between $350,000 to $500,000. Both from the FRA inspector and by the original consultant on the Stony Run project that helped draw up the initial 100-foot design in that range of $350,000 to $500,000. I wanted to be conservative on the side of covering the project costs by putting the higher end of that range down at $500,000. And would be suggesting that we have the money from the bond proceed account would not be coming from direct tax dollars from 2021 to cover those costs. So again, this is a much shorter version of the presentation done before, but I thought I'd go over sort of the key points, at least in my mind, and we can go back and discuss any other item that you want. We have the other presentation ready. That's all I have, Fred, and I'll open up to you and however you want to go forward.
You're on mute, Fred.
Before we go on, thanks, Kurt. Before we go into discussion, I'll entertain a motion to authorize the advertisement of the adoption of the preliminary 2021 budget.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Now that we have a motion on the table, any discussion from the board? Any questions? Dan.
Quick question, Kurt, on your last slide there, that was the quiet zone thing. This might actually be for Mr. Trullo, just to verify. Is that considered to be currently in litigation, where we stand with it now?
I don't think it's been officially filed in court, but I think there's a
papers have been served.
So, I mean, they're placed on notice, I believe. That's my understanding. As you know, our office isn't involved in that directly. So
that's right. I'm sorry.
That's right. I'll double check on that, though. I'd be happy to.
The papers have been served. I know that they have been, they've been advised that
We took whatever steps we needed to toll the statute.
Yeah,
right.
Rid of some. Rid of some.
Seeking remediate. I just want to make sure we are clear on that, because we're getting questions on it, but because of the situation, we're, as we would typically do.
Right.
So that's clear.
Any other questions, comments on the budget?
Yeah.
Fred, but I'm sorry, Fred. I'm sorry, Jim, to interrupt you. Fred, I will defer to when you want to do this. But as I had said before, I had that one area with that bridge that we can go through this part. With that culvert that we talked about, that we can go through all these questions and then have Andy do that at that point, if you like, whatever is your pleasure.
It does. I'm flexible. So, do you want to talk about the culvert at this point?
So related to the, I'm sorry, can you hear me, by the way? I want to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. And there are people around, that's why I have this on. I'll try and speak a little louder. With respect to the quiet zone issue, since it's in litigation, we are seeking compensation for that, I'll say, or that's my assumption at the moment. And we haven't been formally served. I'd like to consider moving that particular item to the 2022 budget, because we would have to design it, we would have to bid it, we would have to construct it all after the FRA issuing something. There's a new administration. My guess is that it would be kind of slow. And we would hopefully, knock on wood, be able to pay for that with proceeds from some sort of compensation from a lawsuit. So I'd like that one specifically. I'd like to consider moving that, removing that from the 2021 budget, and hopefully pay for it in 2022 with either proceeds from a lawsuit or additional proceeds that we may be getting before 2022 hits. That way, it would leave money open in the bond fund for other infrastructure improvements, such as the culvert issue, such as emergency issues, and some other things that we may need to take care of strictly from an infrastructure perspective. That's my one thought on that one.
Sure.
I understand the point, but this is the only thing I will point out is, in the end, the FRA is not going to be concerned about our pending lawsuit. So in the end, they're going to, once that letter is issued, want from us a very specific, I don't want to say immediate, but we've been given that indication of our desire, of our willingness to fund and fix that immediately, because they have deemed that is a safety issue. So the question then is if that letter would come down from the FRA, let's say in the next 60 days, absent being able to tell them that we plan to do that in short order, we put at risk then that whole quiet zone. And I just remind the board that a big part of that money was federal grant money that does sort of change things a little bit. So, I mean, that is up for the board to decide. But when we get that letter, they're going to tell us to go. Their inspector told us as much.
So if I understand you, Kurt, that if the FRA issues their letter, they expect prompt compliance.
I wouldn't say prompt like the day after tomorrow, but that we would be prepared to fix that within, I would say, this same budget year. That was the inspector basically said to me that in the end, where they would give leeway would be, in fact, we've expressed this as we've talked about this before, the desire to say that we're showing that it's in the budget, that we're capable of doing it to avoid fines, to avoid any other safety issue, since we've been advised that it is one.
Gotcha. John.
Yeah, a couple things on this. One, right now we have a whole backload of projects that we're behind on that we get pushed forward. And I don't have a problem with indicating our willingness to address the situation with the FRA should we receive a notice from them. But I think it would be probably irresponsible to suggest that we could actually fix that within a year. With Sandy Run, it's taken us most of this year to get the design down to even get out a bid. And this could be another one of those very technically difficult circumstances. I would suggest a more responsible approach might be to suggest that we budget just $100,000 that would allow us to do things like engineering plans, develop the fix. Then we could say to the FRA, listen, we've already allocated some money for 2021 to address this, but we don't, given where we're at with COVID and other stuff, we don't expect that we will have the project completed by the end of the year. And again, I'm not an engineer. I have not yet seen the proposed fixes here. And I don't have an idea what they cost. So absent that, I think 100,000 is a relatively decent placeholder. It gives us the flexibility. If there were some emergency, we would know that in January, right? They've waited a long time since they first identified this as an issue. So it's not risen to the level of where it has to be done immediately. And even if they said that, I don't think we could execute that fast. So, I would be comfortable if Dan, if you wanted to revise your amendment to say, that we put a placeholder of $100,000 in for 2021.
I get actually that makes, I don't know if 100,000 is the right number, but I get the concept of having basically a shovel-ready project, similar to what we're doing with Sandy Run. We progressed the engineering design to have it ready for whenever we're ready to pull the trigger on a bid and do that. So whether it's, I'd be willing to do that just to have it ready to go, but not spend a huge chunk of money that we don't have right now.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever disagreed more, right? We have been put on notice, albeit slower than we anticipated, that we have an unsafe situation. So I'm not even willing to wait for the letter to come. I want to address it as soon as possible. And the idea of sitting here in 2020 and saying we'll get to it in 2022, causes me great concern. So I would not support any reduction in the finances to fix this issue, and I want to get to it too sweet. So
right, but that's not what I think we're implying. I think it's a question of how quickly could we do the project if we started tomorrow, right? Even the design and elements of that. Given where we're at in our project overload, it's going to take time. Obviously, if it's an unsafe condition, I want to resolve it just as quickly as possible as well. I just want to be realistic with folks to suggest, because we've said, we're going to put this in and it's going to be all done this year. We've done that for multiple years with a number of projects. I think we should be a little more honest with ourselves of what we think we can execute.
I don't agree with that.
Kurt, I know you've had some conversations with the installation of a quad gate. Have you gotten any estimates on how long it would take to install a gate?
Well, in the end, it's not like we're so in the end, the median, at least as it's currently structured, would say the same. It's 60 feet. It's just the 4-quadrant gate that would be, again, I'm not an expert in this. I don't want to too far to the limb here. The preliminary discussions I've had is that if you go with a 4-quadrant gate, other than the FRA approval on things, that's not a big spec as far as getting that out and doing that work. And again, whether or not that means them to talk about Supervisor Lewis's and Grenier's point, mine is more about the fact that when it comes down to an evaluation by the FRA of our cooperation, our ability to not be fined, and the fact that it is deemed a liability issue, that if we have the funding sitting there and we're ready to go, doesn't call into question then any of those other more serious possibilities that would worry me.
But we do have bond funds in the event that we needed to do that. So we have cash on hand that could support.
That's where I'm talking. Well, that's where it's being budgeted.
That's where the money's coming is budgeted from.
Right. But my point, though, is we need to start being a little realistic about when we think we're going to execute projects. And if we think we could do, again, I had someone tell me, oh, we're going to execute all of these projects. Well, we didn't anticipate COVID, right? And the time on a number of our projects have pushed. So this has built a bubble of projects. And I think we should be honest with ourselves as to how fast we could execute something like that.
Well, I understand what you're saying, John. In my opinion, there's a difference between timing of the projects and budgeting for the project. I mean, if, God forbid, that we get notice from the FRA in January, but for some reason we can't institute the project until 2022, at least we have that money reserved for the project, and we don't risk some penalty going forward. And I agree with Ms. Bundy that I would be against not budgeting, not holding this money in reserve to ensure that this project gets done sooner than later. But that's my opinion. And Dan, did you want to offer up an amendment?
Sure. Well, Chief, do we need to the safety issue? There are folks that are saying it's an immediate safety issue, et cetera. Do we need to close the road at this point because of the FRA's notice?
No, I don't think it's practical. Or can you close that road, given where it is and the location of it and access to things? I think that you need to have that show of money in the budget to be able to show good faith. And Dave could chime in and help support that too, because if you have something that the township was negligent in as far as the construction, and you're on notice about that, and you don't have any money in the works to rectify that, that doesn't show good faith going forward. And that would leave the township wide open for civil action, fines, and anything else should there be an accident there. But I don't see how you can possibly close that roadway also.
Yeah, I think
number one, that would be a safety issue, obviously public safety issue. Secondly, I think the chief is right. You have the consideration of notice for purposes of private civil actions if something happened, but then you have the regulatory notice of what agencies might be able to impose fines or penalties. I don't know what they are right now sitting here. I'm not going to tell you that, but we'd run the risk of that, certainly.
But I think if we could be, I'm trying to make a point here. I'm not suggesting that we thumb our nose at the FRA in any way, shape, or form. I fully recognize that an issue exists and that we're dealing with this issue in a couple different ways. What I would simply say, and if anybody from the FRA is watching or listening, trust me, I will consistently vote to make sure that we do fix any violations. I just want them to know that the speed at which that we could do that is such that we've got a lot of project overhang. We probably would prioritize this, but I don't think we could execute it and finish it in the end of the year. Given that we don't know what the engineering is, we haven't gone through that. And we had that same thing with Sandy Run. A lot of us wanted to get Sandy Run fixed as soon as possible, like within a year. And it took a while for us to figure out a solution that we knew worked and that solved the problem. And all I'm arguing here is for us to be responsible in what we say to folks and how we lay this out. No one's wants to in any way suggest that we don't want to address the issue, but I think, we want to be upfront and honest about whether we could actually do that in 2021. And I only say that because, again, we've been here enough time that we've pushed so many projects, and it's like when we need to get a better accountability on timing with our projects across the board, and that's been a long-term issue for us.
Well, it seems to me that there's only one fix for this particular location, and that's the 4-quadrant gate. We know that has to be done. We know that if we didn't do the island at the proper, either put an island in or do it at the proper length, that a 4-quadrant gate would have been needed originally anyway. So if we want to keep the quiet zones, we have no alternative but to put the 4-quadrant gate in. So we already know that. We could already start preparing for that. And I think that as soon as we get notice from the FRA that we should start the project.
And Chief, to your point, if let's say that portion of the quiet zones fails, that's how I'll term it. I'll say it fails because of the FRA notice. It's my understanding that the entire quiet zone fails.
Yeah, they're all tied together. They're all
tied together.
One project.
So, so that's what, and I don't know if we've talked about that in any detail as a board, but that's we need to understand. Okay. People need to understand that. My main thing is, from a practical perspective, I get,
No, you're freezing up then. Say it again.
How about now?
You're okay.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. From a timing perspective, yes, I am cynical that it'll get done next year, no matter whether we get the notice or not, just because of how things have been going. But what I think we should look at how it's funded, where the money's coming from it's all coming out of the bond fund. So we look, I would like to look at the bond fund and see what other projects are being funded through that to see if the quiet zone gate project, whatever, however we're referring to it, is the priority. And that has to stay in there at its full extent for a variety of reasons, that we look at other projects that may be in that fund that may, we are in a year where, stock market looks pretty good right now, but a lot of people are out of work. A lot of people are in very tough economic times, but we're not looking at reducing our spending to help those people out. We're flat and even slightly more. So I'm looking at ways to buffer that until we get through this to 2022. So I see some of our larger projects, right, are coming out of that bond fund. We just heard about Sandy Run. We don't quite have a price yet, but we have a fairly good idea where it could go. And I don't know if there's I hesitate, I know that I don't think the board feels the same way I do, but I hesitate to keep it in this year's funding because of that issue only. But I'm very confident that 2022, everything gets funded, right? Just because of where we're at. I'd also want to look at the, where we're at with the Yardley sewer project. I think that's out of the same bond fund. Again, that's a $3.5 million project that's just been dragging for years. That's never gotten done. So I'd want to see what the realistic nature of that project getting done before we close on the sewer sale, to see if that's something that the township's really going to have to be taking over, if that's something that the future owner of the sewer pays for, and maybe we have more money in the bond fund to cover other items, infrastructure items that are important, that I know Kurt's been looking at with the stormwater infrastructure and other things, that we might be able to divert some of that money to those projects, or have it on hand for some of those projects, because those are going to sneak up on us pretty quickly over the next couple of years, and they're not small projects. So that's my mindset is how do we use that bond fund to address infrastructure projects, given what monies we have now and what we think might be here in the next year or so. So I'm not set on not do, don't get me wrong, Suzanne, I agree with you on the safety issue, and it's just one that sticks out as from a practical perspective. Do I think it'll actually get done in 2022? Not really. If I look at some of our sewer projects, we didn't get our proposals until September of this year to try and get them done towards the end of this year, and some of them pushed into next year. That's fine, but I just see that happening on something like this too. So that's my general mindset of managing that particular pot of money for infrastructure, because that is probably our most important, from a project perspective, our most important fund to make sure all that stuff gets done.
And then one of the alternatives that the FRA can impose is suspension of the quiet zones in all 3 locations until the project's rectified or fixed. That's at Stony Hill Road. So you have to keep that in mind also. And if you're willing to forego the quiet zones until the quadrant goes in, quadrant gates go in, that may be something that you may have to decide on at some point also. Because in addition to fines or some other sanctions the FRA may impose on us, the suspension of the quiet zone may be one of them.
Do we know what the status of...
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry. James, you raised your hand.
I just had a quick question for Kirk. Do we have to wait for the letter from the FRA in order to, I mean, it seems like we know what the issue is. We know what the problem is, correct? Why do we have to wait for the letter from the FRA, for the recommendation from the FRA?
Well, the letter that came in was from the field inspector that came in that failed it. So his instruction at the time was, is you will be getting, the final letter from whoever that comes from there, which will be the actual acknowledgement and notice. So in the end, we were waiting for that letter. I had reached back out to the inspector who's trying to nudge that along from up above to get that out. So in the end, is it possible then that we could sit and start speccing this out for, we used Nat Fleming originally on this design before the municipal engineer, not our current engineer, took the project over, and they had designed it differently than how it was built. Whether you RFP'd that or went back to that original designer who knows what those requirements are, you could start speccing that out in anticipation of that letter coming, because it is coming. So we don't necessarily have to wait to have the specs ready for board review and to have that done. I'd wait to bid it out until we have that letter, but we could start the preliminary work in advance of that, I would think.
So what's the timing on the Yardley Borough Sewer Authority project? That's $3.5 million. It's been pushed quite a bit.
That's not up to us. That's up to Yardley.
But we haven't gotten an update on that. We just pushed it ahead.
But they're pushing it. It's totally up to the borough. We're obligated to pay our percentage, but other than that, it's their project.
And we never received a timeline at all from
nothing.
No,
Did we ask for it?
We have, and it's continued to move, and we've had bills, consultant bills that we've paid along the way. But I have carried that money over in the budget as a placeholder, so from the bond fund, visible in the budget, so it's sitting there as it's our obligation to pay.
So what and again, because I know last time I checked on this, it was a while ago, but they were having some issues with easements such that they would have to go for eminent domain in some cases, and where they're at. If that project doesn't start, now again, I'm not sure what's going to happen. The assumption is the sewer deal will close sometime, it's August, September, right? If that project's not started, then that becomes someone else's project, not ours anymore, right?
Correct.
So is there if we don't think that project's going to get done in the entire year, does that mean we should be budgeting the full $3.5 million? If A, we don't think it's going to get done next year, all the way done next year, and B, there's a chance we might not even have to deal with that.
Well, my answer to that question is that first off, I understand the point, but I've created a budget not under the assumption that the sewer sale takes place, but as if it doesn't. Because in the event, so for example, the discussion all along has been about doing debt, paying off debt, and as part of what's been discussed, but you don't see that the debt, I'm showing that the debt is paid off in the budget, because in the event that it doesn't happen, then we'd be sitting there with unbudgeted significant expenses. So I'd say the same thing with the Yardley Borough Sewer Project. If there continues to be soft costs along the way, we will pay them. If the sewer system closes, that becomes Aqua's responsibility. But if it doesn't close, then we'd be still sitting there with at least anticipated a $3.5 million option that I wouldn't think it would be smart to spend that on other things potentially if the system doesn't close, and we'd be sitting there with no responsibility.
That wasn't my suggestion anyway. My suggestion is if we don't think we're going to be spending $3.5 million for one of two reasons. One, we're not going to get that entire project done in 2021. We might get half of it done or even 2/3. Then we should budget accordingly instead of telling everybody, hey, we expect to spend all this money next year, when we probably don't think that's the case. So I think you could argue that, and again, I'm not suggesting, you could go a lot of different ways with it, but I don't see why we couldn't budget less, like 2.5 or even less, because we don't think we're going to get all $3.5 million spent next year.
Well, but then from a budgeting perspective, if you have a $3.5 million project and you put that $3.5 million in the budget, and again, this is from my perspective, I'm making no assumptions on your position, John. If we budget $3.5 million for the project, and as an example, let's say we spent $2 million this year on that project and it carried over, then in next year's budget, we'd budget for the other 1.5. But it's been earmarked and visible for the public to know that's what we have assumed the cost is. So it couldn't get put off or spent potentially on other items that we would be sitting there with items on. It's the same way we have budgeted the other projects in the township, the multi-use trail or what have you. So it's sitting there to be earmarked. And in the end, if we budget, let's say $1.5 million out of the bond fund, and we're saying, well, we're just going to leave the other $2 million sitting there, there's not much difference between the two other than that you're showing the public that you're not going to spend it on other things. That's why the budget's been framed that way.
I guess all I'm saying is we probably should be honest about whether we're going to actually spend the money next year. And there's a chance we wouldn't spend any of it. And I think that's where the question becomes. This isn't a function of us saying, hey, we're cutting this for the symbolic purposes of it because we want to keep the flexibility to do other things with that money. If we bookmark that now, that's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, that's to say that that's already locked from the bond fund. If, for example, the deal does not go through, we would need that money to pay back Aqua America, right?
That's a separate pot of money. That would not be from bond proceeds.
I understand what John's trying to say, but I want to refocus. We've been earmarking the $3.5 million for Yardley for years. It's still earmarked. It's got to be earmarked because that is an obligation of the township. If things change, we can re-obligate the money anytime. That's the board's prerogative.
But Fred, let me say one more thing, and I think it's important, and I've held back from saying this, but I'm going to say it. One of the other reasons that I had done that or had framed it that way was from the very things that we had run up against when I first started here. When we first started here, we had money budgeted for the Woodside bike path that wasn't carried over, was gone, for ball fields and things of that sort, that in a means by showing the full amount, it didn't provide the opportunity, either intentionally or unintentionally, that money to get spent on other things. So it's the same reason we started to create these capital reserve funds that, for example, for the bike path, when that came in, we move it and we assign it that way. So, I mean, that was to me the framework for doing that wasn't that I was trying to show the public that we planned to spend $3.5 million in a given year, but it was that the project itself had that tag on it. So for that purpose. So, and it's kept us from, keeping those projects and those dollars by rolling them over year to year intact.
Yeah, there's no way I would support ending up short because a project had to come out and we would be responsible for millions of dollars that we didn't have because we used it on something else. It's just something I can't even think about. That's my opinion. As back to Dan's first thing with the gates, it's the same thing. We know we're going to have to install the gates. We know about how much it's going to cost. To have money in budgeted as part of a reserve when it's there when we need it is just good to me, good fiscal sense. So, like I said, I'll bring up the question again, Dan. Did you want to make an amendment to your point?
No, not to that specific one. No, I wanted to. I did want to ask a related question, but I'm not planning to make an amendment on the bond fund specifically.
Okay.
Kurt, and this is going back to maybe your first slide. I was scribbling quickly as they were trying to fix my voice over here. The 2021, I think it was end of 2020 year-end balance for the general fund was going to be 4,130,163. I think I scribbled. And then the year-end balance for 2021 is 2,584,552 plus or minus against scribbles. Thank you. Now that 4 million is inclusive of the $3 million sort of upfront down payment, or no?
Yes.
So that means correct me if I misspeak here, but we're now dipping into that $3 million down payment in the 2021 budget to cover items out of the general fund. So
correct.
Yeah. So if and I don't want to jinx it here again, knock on wood. If for some reason this something about that deal doesn't happen correctly, and they pull back on the 3 million, or it just doesn't go through, and we have to pay it back, we're immediately underwater, right? So the real place to look, if we're trying to save money for the township, and that is not the bond fund per se, because that's where we're just budgeting for infrastructure projects.
Correct.
It's at the general fund level, because that we inherently, because of that spending of upfront spending, right, we've created risk. What level of risk that is, I don't know, but we have risk. So I'm curious and tell me anything you want here that makes sense, but it looks, we're supplementing, or we're elevating the pool because of COVID issues. We're elevating the golf course because of probably partially COVID and partially debt payment issues, right?
Mostly, that would be debt.
Mostly debt, right? So I think we need to look at ways to, where possible, reduce general fund spending so that we don't all of a sudden find ourselves potentially in a spot where we're underwater. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas on where we could potentially look for savings.
Well, let's start with the first part. The first part is, in the end, as you know, absent that and again, I want to just build the context. Absent the $3 million deposit, as I had said repeatedly later in the year, we'd be looking at a several mil increase this year, absent that $3 million. If it doesn't close and we pay that $3 million deposit back, in the end, there are short-term financing measures, like equivalent to a tax anticipation loan that lots of towns get, that we could utilize. And then so I'm going to address your question, but I'm going to make the point that we might have to utilize for 2022, called a TAN. I said loan, tax anticipation note, that we would pay back through the course of 2022. Now, if you're asking me what spending we could cut in the general fund next year, The amount towards the golf course is debt service. The amount towards the pool is making conservative assumptions on membership levels. To me, you have capital expenses. We should, in my opinion, we should be averaging 4 police cars a year. We've bought 1 and 2 cars the last number of years. If you cut that out, you'd save 158. On top of that, it's people. It's cutting staff. So if you're asking me what could we cut, it's not like there's lots of
not a lot of fat in there.
Budget.
Yeah. Can I ask a follow-up very quick? What is the scenario? When you look at the vaccines and you look at what the rates, what does the budget look like if the pool doesn't open at all? To me, that's a very realistic scenario that I would like to understand better what that does to the budget. If it has a net negative or net positive effect on the 1-year budget.
Negative. It would have a net negative effect. So for example, this year, as you know, the pool wasn't open. And we ended up transferring, because as you know, we have staff that is assigned to that part of their pay and benefits are assigned to the pool. And we took most of that money from the Park and Rec Fund. Hold on one second, page 19. So this past year, one second, I'm sorry. This past year, we provided, I'm sorry, give me one second. $439,000 from Park and Rec to the pool to offset those costs. So because we've depleted the cash that it had, we're relying on the general fund this year. So with the pool closed this year, it was $439,000. We're suggesting if it was open and we collected 80% membership fee, it would be more than half of, it would be, $185,000 or whatever I said it would be.
So the more we're open, the more it helps the general fund. It's an easy way to say it, right?
That's right, because typically we would be using the Park and Rec Fund as the backstop for the pool. But there was so much of a loss at the pool this year that we depleted the Park and Rec cash reserves down to very low amounts, and now the follow-up now will be the general fund for that.
Yeah, could we buffer that? I know we have some Park and Rec discretionary items that we're looking at. If we put those discretionary items off till 2022, could we use that to buffer the general fund a little bit for a year? And I mean, that's not something we love doing, but it's something we have to consider, I think.
If you're talking about, you're talking about like, you're talking about tennis court improvements for, it's not, could you get rid of all the capital in Park and Rec? I suppose it's not a sizable amount. Most of what we're doing is, in Park and Rec is I'll say modest because it's not big, booming,
huge project, right?
Yeah.
It's a staff and then some other stuff, right? General.
Well, pretty much. Park and Rec, is divvied up between, a modest staff for the parks, a director, and it's not like there's, it's Monica runs a pretty tight ship. So, I'll keep saying this, and it's not meant to be dramatic. There is not extravagant spending in our budget. We don't have a wild capital program. I'll keep saying this, I believe, a police department should be replacing 3 to 4 cars every year. If we have 20 cars and they have a lifespan of 5 years, 5 or 6 years, it should be 3 or 4 cars. We're doing 2 cars. We're doing very modest updates. We have modest staffing on non-public safety units. With our finance department everyone has multiple roles. I mean, we have the police chief who's in charge of, the police captain who's the IT person for the township. We have Monica who's doing lots of our communications stuff. Jim Majewski is stretched, beyond just typical planning. We have one code enforcement officer in the township. I'm the manager, the finance director, the human resources director, and the open records officer. It's not like there's lots of fat to cut, even if you're determined to go find it. There's not much there. It's just this imbalance that we have. And I will say, in the event that it does not close, we were looking at a difficult budget this year, or having to do increases or what have you this year. That $3 million put that off. If we have to repay that, there are means that we can repay it. So for example, if we had money to pay back and we had to take a tax anticipation note of $2 million, that note then gets repaid during that entire 2022 calendar year, essentially, that then you'd have to contemplate whether it be millage increases, other cuts, what have you, in 2022, which would be what we'd be looking at this year without that $3 million deposit. So for me, the presentation of that budget was to try to stay as close to that $3 million as possible in the event that would happen.
Thanks, Kurt. Suzanne, did you want to say something, Suzanne?
No,
okay.
I'm okay for now.
All right, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I know, Kurt, you and I talked at some length about sort of the golf course impact, and the golf course has really drained the general fund since about 2018, and we're looking at about 2.2 million between 2018 and 2021 projected. That's where a lot of the money is getting sucked out of the general fund, which is why everybody is concerned about a cap and all that stuff. But a lot of that was a conscious decision to move and take that money from the general fund to pay for the golf course. Previously, what the township did, and you could argue whether you were supportive or not, I know many times over the years, from the early 2000s on, they would simply refinance the golf debt and push it out. And I know not all of that is refinanceable. So my challenge, I think we talked about this, you and I both have, hopefully, a concern that we have a situation where we've created this sort of situation where people aren't going to know the true extent of how profitable or unprofitable the golf course is, because we've kind of buried it in the general fund. One of the things that we could do is create a golf course subsidy fund that would allow us to see when in years the golf course is costing us money, as it has done for the last 4 years. And then when things reverse, right, it could start showing a subsidy back to the general fund and pay back the $2.2 million that it's costed. And in that measure, would that be at least certainly a part to get us out from this fear of the cap stuff, and also do a better job showing people exactly the true status of the golf course? And the problem with this, and which is where I get concerned, is if, for example, the transaction occurs next year, people immediately say, oh, the golf course is profitable. And that's not factually correct. It's a very difficult circumstance that people have sort of views about that are doctrinaire as opposed to what the numbers are. How do we make sure that people know exactly where the golf course stands pre and post transaction?
Well, I'm happy.
I'm going to ask John, I hear your point, but I'm going to ask that you try to refrain from saying we've buried, we haven't been transparent. Perhaps the board that you sat on did those things, but the board that I've been a part of has gone out of its way to be transparent and improve, not only so that people can understand where money is and where it goes, but to show by the interfund transfers how we have been supporting specifically the golf course. So your point that we taxpayers have been supporting the golf course is fair and accurate, but when you fill it with those adjectives and make these grand sweeping statements, it's hard for me to follow along with your point. I find it disingenuous. So if you want to say that if we are able to sell the sewers, if that goes through, And if there is a decision made by this board to pay down some of the debt, that we have to continue to be transparent in helping people understand how the course is supplemented, I stand with you on that concept.
Respectfully, Supervisor Blundy, I did not make an ad hominem attack at anybody personally. I was suggesting generally where we are with this. I didn't make a statement about anybody in particular. I hope you didn't take offense at that. But I think it's fair to say that we collectively have to talk, and I brought a long period of time, as in 20 years or whatever, 15 years for the golf course. I don't see that that would be too much of a concern for you, but I think honestly talking about the golf course, because it is a unique circumstance that defies sort of an easy answer for folks, there's nothing wrong with us being upfront about it. I apologize if you think my language is too descriptive or incendiary in any way, but it's also descriptive. And what I'm trying to get folks to understand is the golf course is not currently profitable.
Agree.
And okay. And we need to tell people that currently the reason we're under the circumstance that we are is we made a strategic decision as a board that rather than keep pushing the debt out, we were going to take a different approach. And that different approach was a balance sheet transaction that was rather significant. You and I disagree over that. That occurred or is projected to occur. The question is, how do we communicate exactly the status of the golf course? In the short run, it's going to continue to cost people money. I think there's nothing wrong with us telling people that. That's being honest.
Yes, and I think we've said it before, and if anyone is unclear, let us say it now, that the golf course is going to continue to cost the township money.
Yeah, I'm respectful, don't interrupt. So if you could.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, please don't interrupt.
Oh, well, John, it's hard to have a conversation, and it's hard when you get to say who interrupts and who doesn't. So if you're going
to actually, guys, I get to say who's going to interrupt. At this point, I'm going to break it up. Mr. Ferguson, would you like to add some comment?
I would. So can I address?
I had the floor.
John, please.
I had the floor.
Finish your point. Finish your point, and then I'm going to give it to Mr. Ferguson.
So, Kurt, you and I talked about that. How do we properly talk about that post-transaction?
So, good question. But I want to make 2 points, John. So, first, I'm going to answer your question, but then I'm going to have a however with it. So, we know from the last number of years, specifically, and I'll sort of pick up where Suzanne picked up. Every year, if you look into the budgets that we have on there, you'll show the actuals from the previous year. So for someone that would be interested, you could look back and add the last number of years, including this budget year, and see that the general fund has provided assistance to the golf course to the tune of about $2 million. As you and I said in a conversation, I believe if that sewer debt is paid off, if the sewer sale closes and that debt is paid off, one of the things that I will recommend is that the net income that the golf course begins to produce, part of that on a plan, however that is, and I have some thoughts I'll present at the time, be paid back to the general fund since it provided that assistance. However, for purposes of this budget, and at least initially what Supervisor Grenier was talking about, his concerns, none of that is shown in this budget because I do not want to preemptively show cash going one way or another that affects things until that transaction takes place. So for the purposes of the 2021 budget, other than the $3 million deposit we're going to show for this year, there's not anything else visible in that budget that would indicate that sale is going to take place, because I don't want us to count on it and to make decisions before that happens. However, I think one of the ways that we can show that, John, is we will begin to produce our own financial documents if it gets to the point where it looks like this sale is imminent, so the board can make an informed decision both on those debts, on the assistance that's been provided, and then how that may play in with proceeds if and when that happens. However, unfortunately, this budget here will not have any of those things in them to assist in that effort.
Dan?
Yeah. Kurt, I'm spitballing here, so bear with me for a second. So essentially the golf course debt is not being covered by golfers. It's being covered by taxpayers via the general fund, correct? So would it make sense to buffer the general fund? Like if we, and Mr. Chulov, correct me if I misspeak here, but would it make sense to create a separate golf fund that we put some millage towards the golf fund to cover that specific debt payment, thereby taking some stress off of the general fund? I know we can create new funds that kind of are for specific issues. You're right, Fred. Never seen your eyes get so big. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
But I'm curious about this because it seems to me like it could, we're still paying by using the general fund to deal with the golf course debt. That's still taxpayer money. If we took that same money, let's say specific to the golf course debt, and moved it to a golf course fund and put some millage, whatever that may be, I haven't run the numbers on the napkin here, and then that would allow, I think, again, spitballing, that the general fund that millage to be reduced a bit, but then it would go into the golf fund. That would create a little bit of a cushion for the future, the next year or so, just in case.
So you want to raise, do you want to raise taxes to pay the golf debt?
No.
We're going to start a new tax, the golf tax now.
Tax is a tax.
Well, there is no such thing as a golf tax. So there is no such thing. There's
so we'd have to raise that service village.
It would have to be somewhere else. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Somewhere. Okay.
Yeah. We'd have to raise that service village.
But John? We could reduce the general fund tax.
Yeah, I think there's some merit to discussing this, and I'm sorry if some folks are agitated about it, but it's really about relieving the stress on the general fund. It doesn't necessarily mean that we raise net taxes. It may be a shift of millage between the general fund and the golf course subsidy fund. And I think that's a reasonable approach to take. It allows us to address this concern and also allows us to prepare next year should a transaction execute or not. And I don't see why that's particularly, it's not changing in any way the total amount of tax burden that residents would pay. It's just correctly stating where it's going with them. That's all. And I think that's reasonable and positions us to address that situation. Because essentially it's $2.23 million that we've subsidized the golf course. And that's from the general fund, and we should pay that back and have a plan for that over time. And I think I don't see why that's such a big deal or is contentious in my mind. But maybe
the contention was not how we pay it back, and I'm speaking, from what I heard. It's not. We know the golf course has to pay the debt. We know the golf course has to pay. They come up short. Where do you get that revenue? This is a township property. This is a township asset. So, if you look at numbers, we have to get the revenue stream to pay the bill. If it comes from the general fund, that's okay. We know it's coming from the general fund. We know that one day, hopefully, we'll be able to get it back from the golf course. But if we don't, do we have Mike, raise the greens fees to help pay? Because there's a law of diminishing return. We raise the rates, nobody comes to the golf course. So
I just give some thought into the framework for the budget, if I could.
Yeah.
Okay. So bear with me. In the end, the goal here, understanding everything that was happening, was to work to keep taxes, in light of what's happening, where they are. The motivation behind trying to go and get a $3 million deposit was understanding that our budget would be short many mills from even being at zero for this year. That was the goal for going to get the $3 million deposit, as you can see by the start and end year numbers of the impact. we would be faced with difficult decisions this year absent that. So the question in the end is if the sewer sale, and I said this multiple years ago, that 2020, 2021, there were going to be when these structural issues were going to come to fruition. So, in the end, if the sewer sale doesn't happen, the discussions that we would have been having this year will be next year, whether that is a millage increase to offset Gulf debt that's coming, or whether that is to offset the shortfalls in the general fund. It's sort of all of these points that came together over a number of years that I've talked about a lot that led us there. I framed the budget this year this way with minimal discretionary spending, and with the idea in the end that it doesn't happen, that next year would be a much more difficult year to deal with those fundamental issues. If, in fact, the sewer sale happens, Supervisor Lewis's point about repayment and all of that stuff, I would imagine we'd start having these discussions next spring regarding plans for proceeds, debt, all of these things that we've talked about. I know, John, you have certain ideas. There's been lots of discussions about repayment and customer benefit funds and dividend funds and all of these different things that I think are going to be lengthy spring and summer long discussions going into what hopefully is a closing. It's just for this year, for this budget. We'd be looking at in the end, the goal here was for me to present to you not a budget that needed a tax increase. It was why we worked so hard to get the $3 million deposit. It was in light of what's going on to not do that. So that's the framework and the philosophy that I had with the presentation of this budget this year. And we worked to be very, very lean in what we were presenting to you.
Yeah, I think the important thing is we do have a balanced budget. We don't have to raise taxes or rates, and that if the unspeakable happens and the deal with Aqua falls through, we can pay the $3 million back and then deal with funding for 2022 for the 22 budget.
And there would have to be a strategy to pay that back, just like I said at the time we got that deposit, but that we would have most of the money sitting there. And we would have to come up with, like I said, a TAN or what have you to do the difference, that we'd have a year or so to pay off with proceeds from the 2022 budget.
I understand. Thank you. Any other comments?
I'm sorry. Can I go back to Dan's original point, which was the point about what you all want to do with budgeting for the quiet zone? I think that's where this actually started, and I didn't hear where that landed.
There was no amendment made, offered. So right now, the original motion is on the floor as it stands. Is there any other comments or questions from the board? Monica, is there any public comment?
Fred,
Dan, go ahead.
Sorry. I'll be on. I'm still really uncomfortable being at 2.5, including that $3 million already. I just uncomfortable being underwater from that perspective. But when we look at going forward with projects, the specific to what are our major projects? We always have sewer projects are a big nut every year, right? This year I think we're on tap for 2.2-ish. When we 2020 we didn't get we really didn't get rolling at all till April, May, and we didn't get any proposals till August, September, where we approved some, and then we approved our last one just a few weeks back, to the point where if we in that one won't be we saved a bunch of money on it, which is great, but it won't be completed till next year. Kind of what we were talking about before about how we're able to execute projects, seems to me that that $2.2 million won't get spent before August or September of next year. We're going to spend a chunk of it, but I'm very doubtful that we'll end up spending all that money before August or September. So I would actually, this amendment I will make based on what I've looked at as reviewing the sewer projects, looking at practically how we execute them and timing compared to when we looking to close, and just experience with this and talking to Fred Ebert, I'd make a motion to reduce the sewer rates by 10% for 2021 based on the savings that we've received and the expected completion of projects by the time we close in August, September.
I think I'd second that. I mean, it would give us a chance to help folks during a difficult time. And the sewer fund is entirely separate from the general fund. And I think, given where we're at on the project spend, I don't see why that would be such a...
Where are we with motions pending?
Yeah, I'd say it depends on who they made the original motion.
I'm sorry, I would make an amendment to, would that be, Dave, that's a good question, Suzanne. Would that be an amendment to the original?
Yeah, I think we have to,
because it's still part of the budget?
The original motion would have to accept that, as would the person who made the second. So.
And that would be me, right? And
if I recall correctly, yes.
and that's a hard pass.
Why is that? I'm curious.
I find the whole conversation slightly disingenuous, to be frank. I didn't run to be a supervisor to continue the kicking the can concept down the road. So if you are right and we don't get to these projects, then we'll have the money and we can use it then. And if you are not right, and if we get these projects done, then we will have appropriately budgeted, and we will have kept our commitment to the residents of this township. So
I actually find that response a little disingenuous, because it's my belief that a big part of the reason, and this is in talking with our sewer engineer, that the only reason we're pushing these projects forward is to guarantee that we maintain that 37% for some sort of contractual reasons, part of the sale. So when I asked the sewer engineer back in April, I said, hey, why haven't we gotten all these proposals yet if we're going to get these done? I said, I never thought you guys were going to do the projects this year. Then I was told to hurry up and get them done so that we could spend the money. So my opinion, based on those conversations, is that yes, we do need to do some of these projects to maintain, our systems, but I do not think that we need to spend that we will spend that much money. And I think there is a very strong push to maintain that 37% for reasons other than completing projects.
Mr. Ferguson?
I just want to point out a couple of things just as a point of order. You all can decide whatever you want to do. One, as a starting point, what you see in the budget is not cash. It's not cash. It's revenue. So when you look at the revenues for the year, those are billings. They are not cash collections. The current end of year 2019 cash position of the sewer fund is minus $1.4 million. So literally, as far as if you're looking at cash, there's none. So as quick as it's coming in, it's going out because it's got a net negative balance. And if you look at the budget and you look at revenues for the year, revenues are what's billed, not what's collected, because this is an enterprise fund, which is managed separately than what you would typically see with a fund where we're showing taxes collected, as an example. So for next year, as an example, though, I would point out that whether or not the board we'd be able to get to all the projects I get, but we'd also have to remember. So for example, is if the sewer system sells and it sells at the end of July, August, what have you, we would not be booking those full revenues for the year as well. We'd be collecting about half a year of revenues as well. So while the projects may not be fully implemented, the revenue booked would not be fully realized. And seeing that we're starting with a negative $1.4 million balance, it's not the same as looking at a general fund number. Now, in regards to the comments of Mr. Ebert, I can't address that comment. That is an irresponsible comment. If that's what Fred had said, I will have to speak with him about that, because we planned all along for these projects to take place. All along. It was never put as a placeholder number for a sale. It was a number that we put together to hit the amounts with the projects that were outlined that we would do. And hopefully, as the board recalls, when we were looking at spacing these projects out, we did it as evenly as we could over time, So that increase, the last increase, which was significant, would be where it needed to be set to realize those projects. But as far as this year goes, the projects that are out there, the books will stay open all the way through about the end of February. So in all likelihood, the projects that we have this year will be placed into the 2020 budget. But then at the end of the year, we will be doing a cash reconciliation, and it's on the current cash reconciliation for 2019 is on page 29 or 30 of your budget, if I'm not mistaken, page 31 of our budget of minus 1.4. And it's where we are. So this is not the typical way when we review these, the numbers wouldn't be the typical way that you would look at numbers that you would see in the general fund or the park and rec fund or what have you. So as far as Mr. Ebert goes, my plan with Mr. Ebert is to sit down here shortly and plan particularly the pump station projects early in the year for you all to look at, because that system is our obligation to continue to handle those improvements for.
Kurt, two quick things I think might be helpful. One is, what's the end of 2020 cash position on the sewer fund? You mentioned 2019.
I don't have that yet, John.
Something that could be helpful for our next meeting, and just something to think about, is if we had a summary of all the funds in terms of revenues and expenses, and then net cash position across each fund, that would be a very helpful summary for folks. I think it might address some of the concerns for folks in terms of them helping understand trade-offs between funds and where things sit that way.
A net cash position in the sewer fund will be very, very difficult to compute, because in the end, we're talking about billable amounts versus collectible amounts. And in the end, that up until 2 years ago, that was never reconciled and showed to the board. So in the end, at this point, giving a cash position right now, it's negative. It's a negative cash position. And it's again, once we get the books closed out in the year, we would work with the auditors to create what that net position is. But that is a complicated figure to get to.
But then, in terms of having an overall view of each of the funds, that's certainly something that's doable, right?
Well, I've given you fund balance projections in all of the other funds. So if you look at all of the other funds,
I guess there's not a summary page is what I was suggesting. That's all.
You're saying a summary page of all of the balances. That's a spreadsheet I can pull right off of here. We have a summary sheet of the general fund. The only thing is when it comes to these funds that are these special enterprise funds, they're administered differently. And even, in years past, I know even in speaking with the sewer authority, there was real confusion about what those numbers meant. We had an item in the budget called net position that people inadvertently thought that was fund balance, and that's not what that was. So they had the impression, look, you're starting the year with $7 million, and that's not in an enterprise fund what that is. That number is reflective of a capital expenditure number added to debt service payments that has nothing to do with cash or available money. So I can do it with all those other funds. This sewer fund, though, is entirely, that would not be possible to have that in an apples to apples comparison.
James?
Yeah, just real quick, Fred, you mentioned the prior hike that you guys had done. When was that?
The 37% was for this year.
So it was done last year.
Correct.
And
I was with the approval of the 537 plan.
And Dan, John,
25 the year before.
You guys are all part of that rate.
The year before was 24%.
Okay. So everybody on this board except for me were part of that rate, both of those rate hikes, correct?
Correct.
I did not vote for last year's rate hike.
Did you vote for that rate hike, Dan?
I did at the time, but I regret my decision, to be honest with you.
And that's what I was going to ask. Why all of a sudden are we thinking about lowering the rates? And also, Dave, does that jeopardize the sale? I mean, you're talking about changing the terms of, we're under contract.
Well, let's. I'm sorry, Dave. Let me. The reason why the board approved the 37% rate hike is because of the 537 plan that had to be implemented.
Correct.
A 7-year plan about $2.2 million a year. That $2.2 million a year for improvements to the system added up basically, if Kurt, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was about 37%. We're a little behind this year, would mean that next year we have to do that much more because we're working within that 7-year plan.
But just so you're aware, we're really not behind. I mean, the projects came late in the year, but we're scheduled to have those done, and we should have those done and paid for in budget year.
And Fred, from a timing perspective, we're actually, this year, we should actually be proud of this year because we saved money on the, we're still doing the project, but we saved money through various means and methods, which.
Some of that, yeah, I understand, but some of that stuff is also from grant, like the Stackhouse pump station. I get it. I really do. Yeah. However, that gives us more money to improve a really bad system in 2021 and 2022 and reduce the deficit in the fund. When we actually, go ahead,
Fred, it actually won't reduce it. I mean, we are literally running every year slightly over. Now, to Dan's point, it will reduce it on paper a bit, but depending on where collections are this year, I'm going to keep saying it. You are looking at revenue of booked billing, not collections. That is an enterprise fund. So what you were looking at is not actual collections. We will be going through here starting at the end of the year. So if we've shown that we've billed $10 million and only collected, as an example, I'm making this up, it's not, this is fictitious, but we collected $9.5 million in cash on a $10 million booking. That's the reason in the end that it's not necessarily specifically applicable until we start to reconcile those cash amounts.
So it could actually be that we have an even bigger deficit when we end up settling up.
So it could be, and what we've had in previous years where I say I think boards have gotten confused. We always, because we never reconciled those amounts, people were under the assumption that the numbers we were showing were actual collections, and they weren't. Now, as I know Dan knows, we started getting a lot more aggressive on delinquent collections, and we've collected several $100,000. And that $1.4 million cash shortfall I mentioned a couple of years ago was much bigger than that. It was much bigger than that. And we've bridged that gap. We have Barbara Kirk, who's been diligently going through, and people have been paying and are on payment plans. But I don't know that the end year number, even if we saved $150,000 or $200,000 in projects, which I think is accurate and it's great, is in and of itself, meaning we're going to have what we think of as a surplus for the year. We're going to have to wait and see where collections come out. I fear with what's going on that it could be that, you know, the collections aren't as robust as they would be. Now, evidence suggests with property taxes, they've come in right where we've budgeted them for, which has been, I'll say surprising. I'm surprised by that, but has led to us being in much better position than a lot of other places. I just can't tell you what the cash position is going to be.
So Kurt, this is as a follow-up question. If we cut rates, what does that do to that fund?
Well, if you cut rates, then so let's just I'll give you the example. So specifically on the budget, then if you cut rates, first off, let's just say, for example, let's just take the point. Let's just say then actually in the year that we ended up $200,000 better than we thought. That means that money gets immediately eaten up because we already have negative $1.4 million, and now we're at negative 1.2. We cut the rate by 10%, as was suggested, but we still have the $2 million or so in projects. So that 10% or so would amount to the bookings, the amount that we would be billing next year for the year would go down by about $600,000. We would be proceeding with $2 million in projects, and we'd be decreasing billings by $600,000, and we still have that big 7-figure negative cash balance. So it just is, it's the position of the sewer fund has always been part of the presentation of what is most challenging that this board had to face because it was so underwater. It's what has been referenced in the financials, discussions with Moody's, what have you, that's recognized that there's literally no cash on hand from that fund.
So basically, I'm sorry, John, I'm going to hold you for a second. So basically, where do we stand with the amendment, Dave?
There is no amendment unless and until the maker of the motion, the original motion, and the person who seconded it would accept the amendment.
Okay, so Suzanne, you do not accept the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, so the original motion is on the table. So we're going to address the original motion.
Well, first, before you do that, two things. One, for folks that are concerned about setting rates versus millage, you can change the rates at any time during the year. Millage is a set thing. And I think that's where we have a lot more flexibility. So if we think next year things are going to change, we could always raise back the 10% that.
Well, John, you raise an excellent point. This was raised last year when we decided to raise 37. And if you remember, you and Kristen Tyler made some similar argument that we could raise rates partially in the beginning of the year, and if we needed more money, raise them later in the year. And the reason why it was shot down is because the expenses are fixed. And if we raised a portion and we needed more money, we would have to go even above 37% total at the end of the year. It's something that could be considered. However, I would be against it because if this pandemic continues to go on for more than a few months, even with the promise of a vaccine, a double hit later in the year would be awful, in my opinion. So I would be against cutting rates now and raising rates later on when we really needed it. Because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So the argument that you raised is understandable, but I would not risk that. I'm kind of happy with keeping things stable and waiting until we know what's going to happen with the sewer system, and then we can make adjustments when we know what's going to happen. When the eggs are in the basket, we can figure out how to eat them. So that's my opinion. Suzanne has not agreed to the motion. So I'm going to leave rates on the table right now. And as far as let's go with the budget as it stands, and then we'll vote on it and we'll see what happens after that. So is there any more comments on the original motion?
And just so everybody understands in public, tonight's vote is not on the actual budget itself. It's to advertise
to advertise the preliminary budget. We can still make some changes at the final meeting.
But hold on one second, though, Fred. I'm sorry. So we're talking about a motion about the budget right now.
Well, to advertise the preliminary budget as
okay, but this is but hold on. Let's start with this. So, in the end, yes, you can make changes to the budget. There are limits to what you can change in the budget. So, what I was going to ask is, one of those limits that you would have we're faced with this evening, which is, and again, this is the discussion and hearing, as an example, Supervisor Grenier's concerns about tapping into that $3 million. If the board feels that way, Andy's presentation that is presented, first off, I don't want to waste the board's time with this, but as was provided, the repair to the bridge, including the soft engineering cost or the culvert, would cost the general fund about $200,000. So the question then is going to be, and these are repairs that at some point we are going to have to get to. So the question then is, do you even want to hear that presentation, or do we want to sit and say, now granted, we gave this as an assignment to Andy about 2 months ago. He found on this culvert that there are repairs that we will need to do in fairly short order. We can do a Band-Aid improvement. I don't like the Band-Aid improvement because it doesn't offset the aggregate cost. We still would have to spend it all over again. And I guess before we get started and get into details, Andy, I want to put you on the spot, but I want to ask you this question. If the board wants to hear the presentation, then you'll give it. But would you be of the opinion that what you're looking at and you've seen to do the full-blown repair could wait a year?
based on what we observed when we went out there in October is when we made observations. Based on what we've observed, it is not in imminent danger of collapse. It is not in imminent danger of us putting a weight restriction or a weight limit on the culvert. However, I will say this, I reserve the right to change my answer after the winter, because the winter is when the winter weather is really what tends to deteriorate this infrastructure, and infrastructure tends to deteriorate exponentially, not linearly. And we're at a point where it could deteriorate exponentially from here. So the current answer based on our observations in October is no. It's not in imminent danger of collapse, but I do reserve the right to change my answer when we monitor it in the spring.
So your recommendation is to keep it in the budget, and then we can always reallocate?
It's not in the budget now. It's not in the budget. So let me just make a point to what Andy said, and I will draw Dave in here. If Andy came back in February or in March and found an imminent danger of something that would happen, we would have the ability to allocate funds to pay for that. And there are a variety of techniques, including short-term financing and things that would really buffer and soften the cost for 2021. So for example, if the construction cost was $180,000 and we paid that on a 3-year loan that we would approve, that would be approved by the board, where you'd make 2 quarterly payments next year, you're talking of a hit of $30,000 or $40,000 if it came to that. But you would have that flexibility, because I know you're worried about that number, Dan, to do that and to explore that at that point in time versus putting that full amount in the budget, tapping into that amount, and we could wait and reserve and do that as an emergency. If
I would add this is another option would be to close the bridge. There is.
Well, from a funding perspective, best case is the Yardley project, since that's the biggest nut in the bond fund. Bond funds used for infrastructure. Yardley project at $3.5 million doesn't happen, or only part of it happens, and we're not responsible for it. Then we have 200K is not a, can never say 200K is not a big deal, but relative to $3.5 million, it's a small piece of it, right? So we could fund it through that as a backup if we hear more at that point from Yardley about their schedule. So
that's an option if. So,
yeah.
But we, like I said, we can't.
I get it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ways we can do it. The question is, Kurt, go ahead.
Dave, let me ask you this question with Dan's point. Let's just say Andy came back in March and said, yep, you know what, the bridge was so bad, you can't have anybody on that. You're going to either have to close it or do an emergency repair. I believe in the second class township code, we are given a provision for something like that to pay for it and to do that, correct?
Yes, and there's certain emergency provisions that would allow you to do that.
So then in the event, Dan, to answer your question, that happened, we could explore those options at that time. Whether that came out of the bond proceed, whether that came out of a 3-year finance loan that we had talked about, and the board could make a decision on that, since this is an emergency issue in that way.
That would be my preference.
Yeah. So we can leave it out of the budget for now and see what happens.
And related, sorry, Dave, could that emergency full switch or whatever we want to call it, I'm assuming it can't, but I have to ask the question, I guess. Could that cover issues like the quiet zone issue with the gates? Would that be considered an emergency?
I don't know off the top of my head, because I don't know that, as I think the chief said, closing the road would not be a remedy. So I think, I know this sounds terrible, but it depends on how emergent the emergency is, basically. I mean, we're talking in one, and that's where I don't want to dump it back on Andy or an engineer, but I think the engineer's opinions really carry a lot of weight in those situations, because they really describe how dire a certain circumstance would be that would have to support the actions after that.
And I'm just looking at backup scenarios as just in case something else happens and we have to divert bond funds.
Well, there's always emergency options that we can deal with. John?
Even in a worst case scenario, though, if you go worst case scenario, like you got to spend the 3.5, and by the way, the amount that was allocated for Sandy Run is a little higher than we previously said. we still have $244,000 in the 2016 bond fund post our expenditures. So again, not that anybody would want to deal with that this way, but it is an option. So we have a backup, I think, that we can address that circumstance.
There's always a way if we have to get the money somewhere. I mean, even if we have to dip into our $35,000 a year towards the general fund from the long-term lease of SBA. I mean, there's always, I mean, if we really have to dig, but we hopefully will never have to deal with that.
But John, not that John needs my confirmation, but John raises an excellent point, and just to remind all of you, I have budgeted a bit more for Sandy Run than we had even estimated that it cost from our initial engineering estimates, because the project is important and I wanted to make sure we had a cushion there. But John is right. There's $244,000 undesignated in there that wouldn't even necessarily, Dan, require us to borrow from Yardley or anything else to do that, provided those numbers came in. So there is a lot of flexibility there.
Be Matt's fault.
I totally missed that.
Okay. So there's no other comments from the board. I'll open it up to public comment. Monica, is there any public comment?
Yes, Mike is on the line.
Okay. Hi, Mike. Unmute yourself, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Okay. Mike Droback, 1419 Silo Road. I wanted to raise some questions with respect to the road repaving program. Specifically, the amount of $645,000 that Mr. Ferguson had put forth, I think, is woefully below what's needed for a community of our size. This is $300,000 less than what's been spent in each of 2019 and 2020 for the road repaving program. Further, I want to let you know that we are demonstrating no investment of our own dollars in our infrastructure for road repaving. In other words, we are relying in our budget here totally on what comes in from the liquid fuels entitlement, which it would seem to me is not the appropriate way to budget what is needed for our road repaving program. We shouldn't be working towards what the entitlement is, but what do we actually need? So that's the first aspect of what I wanted to put forth on this road repaving. But I do want to change the conversation as well to other aspects of this. As you may know, I was before you some months ago when the Mirror Lake development was being fully done, except for a small patch of Silo Road. This road is 40 years old. My independent review of what roads, the useful life of roads is far less than that. And in my discussions with Mr. Ferguson, who I appreciate his time over the recent months, I think we agree that 40 years is unacceptable for unrepaved roads in Lower Makefield Township. This Silo Road has never been done after 40 years. So I would ask the board to ask some very difficult questions, which is how long would, at $645,000 a year, how long would it take to do all of our roads in our township? And I think you will come up with a substantially higher number than 40 years. Also, I think the community deserves some explanation as to why this budget is being cut by 1/3, $300,000 for this fiscal year. And I will then again highlight to you that if you look at the supplement and you see the little patch of Silo Road that's listed there in the 22 year, which in my mind should be moved up to the 21 calendar year because we are woefully supporting our program. That little patch has to show people that we're not doing a great job of how we pick and choose which roads we're doing. We are creating, and as someone said, we're kicking the can down the road when we create these patches, and we just or asking some other board to deal with a problem and ultimately leading to a series of patches of our roadways. So to close, I'll ask again that you look at the 645 and explain to the community why it's so low. As I heard last year when this was brought to your attention, there was no good reason not to do Silo Road in its entirety, but for the fact that the money wasn't there last year. So let's get the job done right and do the job completely. We don't build half of a ball field. We don't build half of a community center. This is Lower Makefield Township. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Ms. Ferguson, you want to respond to that?
So two things, just of course, and I've spoken with Mike a lot. So as you'll recall, 2 years ago, and I think, John, you were involved in this, we got the grant through, I think it was Perry Warren's office, for about $300,000. What road was that to pave, Andy? Where that was the community center over
Oxford Valley Road.
Yeah.
Oxford Valley, right? So again, it reinforces his point. But $300,000 came in from a grant this past year. For last year, we had a surplus of money, a big fund balance, which seems to be rare that I could say that, in the liquid fuels fund. So we did a ramped up program to like 900,000 or so. However, the patchwork that he's talking about, and I've spoken a lot, so I'll say what I said to him, I don't disagree with. The unfortunate part that we're looking at this year is that our budget, as we know, is relegated to the liquid fuels fund. And that amount is down this year. Again, we looked at those roads. We added Silo in for next year, where we believe we'll have the funding to do it. And I think in the last budget we had presented, the last presentation, sort of the condition of some of the other roads and the difficulty we had with limited funding. But in regards to his point, as far as adequacy or amount of paving, he's not wrong. I think in the end, the township, and I want to have these discussions next spring on some strategies to pave additional roads, because in the end, we have 138 miles of roads. If we assume in the end that you want to have a blended average of paving a road every 20 years, that would mean we'd be needing to pave somewhere between 6.5 and 7 miles of road a year to stay on that schedule. And we clearly are under that. And we're going to have to come up with strategies, reasonable strategies, to pave additional roads outside the liquids fuels fund. That if we're going to do more roads, we're recognizing that's where it is. And I think my plan would be to have a presentation to the board next year on what those different funding strategies could be to ramp up our road paving program that I've done in other places that will help us get caught up on these. And again, he's not wrong about some of these straggler roads. If you look in the 2022 budget, along with 2023, you'll see that there are other straggler roads that were leftover pieces that weren't done at the time. Because in the end, we were picking off the very worst roads in the development. Instead of finishing it all off, we'd leave some of those roads go and take a long time to get back to them. So it's going to be, if we can have more paving, not just in liquid fuels, and a more coordinated strategy of paving those neighborhoods and not just the worst roads, that we'll work towards. But essentially, I don't disagree. He and I have spoken. Staff spent a considerable amount of time to look at the roads this year. And, what I would say to the people of Silo who are concerned, is that we have followed every year since we started the road paving plan, the trail plan. So it would be our intent where it sits there that would in fact be done in 2022. But that's all I have there, Fred. Thanks.
Can I suggest a potential compromise here? Right? I know I've struck out a lot. No one seems to be happy to hear from me today, or at least not everybody. But what if we put Silo on our bid alternates for the 2021 bid program? Because it's a straggler road, it's not required to do for a quadrant basis. And we don't typically, there's always a lot of variability with the price of asphalt as it is. We could potentially look at this in February or March when we get the bids back and make an assessment at that time based on where we got the roads, where they're assessed. I think that at least holds out small hope for folks on Silo, because I sense my fellow board members would not be too supportive of adding that into the mix. I tend to support more spending on roads because it just pays off, and to the point I'd even raise taxes for it. But is that something board members would be amenable to as a potential way of addressing the situation?
So, John, the only thing I would add is, we can do that. It's just in the end, I don't want to, because the numbers that we've projected for the paving this year are so close. Again, all I would add is I've gotten other calls as well from people asking why their roads aren't in 2022 or 2021 that are on that 3-year plan, that if the board wants to have others on there from that list as well.
I do have something to add as well. That stretch of Silo Road, our initial estimate is that it would cost $122,000 to pave that stretch of Silo Road.
Go ahead, Dan.
Sorry. That was going to be my question, actually. This year, I know we got some bid alternate roads in this year, right? So how much how much extra were we able to get in? I don't want to say how much did we save, but how much extra in the bid alternate were we able to get in on top of what we had thought we were going to get in?
In 2020, you mean?
Yeah. Like, did we get an extra what we would have assumed was $120K worth of additional roads? Were we able to get that much extra in?
I'm going off the top of my head, but no, I don't think that it was 120,000. I think it was on the order of magnitude of 50,000, and then there was an additional road that was added in that we added budget to, but I think the initial...
We went over by 30,000 of the budget. So we budgeted right. 912 and we spent 945. So it did over.
I mean, generally, as I said, when we were talking about Sandy Run, I like the idea of using bid alternates to see what we ultimately can do if it's not going to hurt us. So I would be okay with adding it. I guess I'm not so certain we would get it, but it might be worth adding just to see instead of holding back and not giving it a chance. I think that's fair, but I don't know if we're creating a situation where we create.
I would hesitate to do that. My old neighborhood, if you walk the streets, some of those roads are becoming more gravel than asphalt at this point, and would love to have a road in the condition that Silo's in. So I appreciate the need to pave Silo, but if you're going to prioritize, I think from the pictures that we saw at the last meeting, there's a heck of a lot more roads that need priority paving. So I don't know if I pick that out as a bid alternate for 2021.
Fred, I can tell you, we've bid alternates, but what we tend to do, Dan, is I know you do a lot of bidding. We tend to do so for example, we would tend to do bid alternates that would have lower estimated costs. So for example, we have a $645,000 road program. On the surface, without any other discussion, we might be talking about adding a bid alternate for a road that's estimated maybe at $25,000 or $30,000. You know what I mean? In the end, that we could say, we might get this under, that, but that 122 is a big number compared to what.
No, and that was the point of my question to Andy and do we need to do that now when we go through this process? Can we add bid alternates later that makes sense?
Yeah, you're going to get from us what Andy said earlier in his report is I've already put him out there in Remington Vernick to start putting the bid documents together. So you guys are ready to go in January to authorize a bid. So we can have those discussions in early January about any changes, additions, alternates that you want to have. This is just approving the budget without a mountain.
Okay. And I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I'm curious, Kurt. I have this Yardley project stuck in my head because it's such a big nut that if we don't have to do it, I have big dreams here. If we don't have to do that project, right? Because that's such a big number. Can we use the bond fund since it's infrastructure for paving or other similar items if the board deemed that something that we wanted to do at some point? Is that an acceptable use of, okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's not a long-term plan, but it's an acceptable use. Okay.
Wouldn't hurt.
Nothing long. I agree with Mike, I believe his name was, that and what Kurt was saying too about we need to see how we can improve our paving, long-term paving strategies. And not for not, one of the things, big thing next year is looking how we manage the proceeds from the sewer fund. And I think that's one of the main infrastructure improvements across the board, roads especially, are what we look at, right?
Definitely.
But that's a tangent, but I think we're all thinking of it.
Yeah. Yep. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, we have Robert on the line.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Robert. Full name, address. You know the routine.
Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive. I listened to the budget presentation. I'm sitting here in front of a 60-inch TV, soon to be bigger, but you can't see it. So what I suggest doing at this point would be to put it up on the website and then either put a link to the archive or put up last year's budget estimates or budget plan next to it so that the taxpayers can compare the two to see what you're doing. It's pretty clear at this point that the sewer sale, how are we going to put this, is a disaster. Okay, we obviously don't have the golf course under control, which is what it was supposed to do. We're $15 million in the hole for the bid that wasn't allowed to come to the table. And now we're trying to figure out how the golf course is going to pay for itself, and nobody's got any answers. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the money, we're going to dip into the $3 million, we're going to pay all kinds of interest, and we're going to keep paying down the bonds, and the taxpayer is going to keep paying. Now, 2 years ago, when we were told that because of the excessive rain was the reason for the excessive sewer fees, I was told that you were up in the ante to try to grab some money from whoever purchased the sewer. Now, based on a conversation tonight, that's exactly what happened. Because if you go look at the Delaware River, the banks are down. They're down big time because we didn't get the rain. So the 10% reduction really belongs to the taxpayers at this point because you didn't do what you said you were going to do. And the reason you gave for the increases wasn't really the reason at all. The reason was to make the taxpayers pad their bills, so that you could abscond with a whole lot more dollars from whoever purchased the sewer system. So basically, let's be nice about it. You hoodwinked, well, you really didn't because I knew what you were doing, the whole community. And now people, because of COVID, are struggling and struggling and struggling. And when they open their quarterly sewer bill, they're saying, where am I going to come up with this $450 to pay this bill? Now, this is the same garbage that goes on all the time around here since you people have been sitting on that board. You need to straighten it out, and we really need to pay off the township manager and drop kick him out of here. Because so far, the taxpayers have done nothing but pay and have gotten absolutely nothing in return. In fact, we have less. You're like the school district. You're the only place that I know that tries to do less with more instead of more with less.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Yeah. Kurt, do you want to address any of that misinformation from Mr. Abrams?
No. So just two things I'll say. Yes, part of the rate increase that went in was because we were seeing more and more infiltration, I&I, that led to higher rates. We did budget on scenarios that were consistent with what we had seen in a couple of years of very heavy rainfall. That he is correct that as we had less rainfall, we had less infiltration. So that was part of the factor. However, I would also point out that, as you all are aware, we do have an order that I put in that is still in place regarding sewer bills, regarding the pandemic, that we are not shutting people down, not liening their properties, not even charging them late fees on sewer bills that aren't paid during this whole process, and that still is in place.
So in going with that line of thought, since we've gotten less rainfall over the last year or so, has our sewer deficit significantly gone down that you know of?
No, not significantly. I mean, I'm certainly, listen, if the amount that we were paying in transmission fees was less, I'm not going to argue.
Has any of our sewer money gone to anything other than sewer since you've been the township manager?
No, not for either sewers or sewer related expenses. And again, the sewer fund currently has a negative $1.4 million negative position. And it unfortunately, that's where it is. So,
and every month that we do these transfers, has there ever been a transfer from the sewer fund to a non-sewer expense?
Not to a non-sewer expense. We do have a transfer of sewer fund revenues that go to the general fund, but that is budgeted. That is to cover certain expenses that are not covered, that we don't ticky-tack through the general fund. It's $250,000 a year, but that is in there every year, and is approved by the board, and it's budgeted and transparent.
Thank you. Thank you. Monica, is there any other public comment?
Fred, can I point out something that Kurt's already done that was requested by Mr. Abrams?
I'm sorry, say again, Dan?
Can I just point out something Kurt's already done that was requested by Mr. Abrams, and I think other people might be interested, and I apologize if I can't. So the preliminary budget for this year is available on the township's website at lmt.org, lmt.org. There's a link there specific to the 2020 preliminary budget. In that budget, and I apologize, I can't find the page because my computer is not cooperating with me. In every fund that we have, there is a summary sheet at the top, and there's, Kurt, correct me if I misspeak here, there's a 2019 number, 2019 budget, 2019 actual, 2020 budget, 2020 anticipated, or whatever term we use. And then we have and then we have the 2021 budget after that. If I missed any, let me know. But everyone can do a comparison. You know, we may disagree on some of the details of the budget and some of that stuff, but in terms of the transparency and where the money is over these last several years, to Ms. Blundy's point earlier, I want to highlight this. All of those items by fund, by expenditure versus revenue, are clearly denoted within the budget to the nth degree, I'll say, so that we can look into all that stuff. So anyone that wants to look at it, you can agree or disagree about the details of what you like in the budget, but the reality is it's all right there. Feel free to look at it, pick it apart. If you have good ideas on how to tweak it, we're all ears, but it's there. Please go look at it. That's why we have the website. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate it very much, Dan. Thank you.
Can you go back to 2008, sorry, it goes back to 2008. So if you want all the budgets going back to 2008, they're all available. You might want to go to the lmt.org/government/department/finance/budget-reports. It's got them all the way going back to 2008.
Very good.
I would just like to point out one final thing, Mr. Weiss. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. When you do that, for this board's sake, when you look to realize that the budget you're looking at now that includes some supplements is about 80 pages long, and the previous budgets were about 700 pages long. So I believe that they're readable. You can see where the money is going back and forth. I would also add that we have monthly treasury reports showing cash that we collect, spending that we have on a month-by-month basis as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Monica, is there any other public comment?
No further public comment.
Okay, hearing no further comments from the public, I'll ask for any final comments or questions from the board. Hearing no further comment, I'll call the question. All those in favor of advertising the adoption of the preliminary 2021 budget signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
That's 2 ayes. That's all I got? 3 ayes? Okay. Opposed, no? 2 noes. Budget is advertised as stated by the manager. Thank you very much. We go now to item B, manager report.
Thank you. Let me get myself. Is that the Cohen item, Fred?
Yes, sir.
So, as previously discussed with the board, that we're bringing to now for consideration is the Comcast franchise agreement, not to be confused with the current discussions going on with the Verizon franchise agreement. Our agreement comes up early in 2021. We're coming off of a 15-year franchise agreement, a long one, started in 2006. I had asked Cohen Law Group if they would give us a proposal. They really are the specialized firm, and they're one of the only ones that do this work. If they could provide the board a proposal, which they have. I have, as I reported to the board, had asked Newtown Township, whose agreement is coming up as well, if they would be interested in participating. Their board passed last week hiring Cohen. And so they are on board. I raised that because going together to jointly bargain for both of them would lower our cost by 10%. So part of that discussion would be not just the franchise negotiation, and that includes what's called PEG grants, which is for our television channel, cameras, infrastructure that can be part of that negotiation, for payments to help upgrade those things. Part of that service, if we want to exercise it, which I would recommend, which would be an audit of everything collected in the last 15 years during this franchise agreement to see if there's any money owed. As Cohen had pointed out, has pointed out to me that usually with Comcast, about 60% of the time they will find revenues that will uncover revenues that should have been provided that weren't. So the cost then, if we participate with Newtown for both the full negotiation and the audit, would be $11,340. Obviously, I'm bringing up, so I'm recommending doing that we participate with Newtown and beginning those discussions.
I move that we approve an agreement with Cohen and Associates to negotiate the Comcast franchise agreement with Newtown Township at a cost of $11,340.
I'll second.
Second, any discussion?
One simple question, since this is budget night, right? Where does that put us? Is that in the 2020 or the 2021 budget?
So I have a placeholder for other legal expenses. That's a placeholder that we really wouldn't need to adjust the budget. We manage that money with outside legal services and what have you that's in there. And this can still fit in there, and I'm comfortable with where that number is.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know, since that's all we're talking about tonight.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Hearing none, go to public comment. Monica, is there any public comment?
Yes, Zach is on the line.
Okay.
Didn't hear.
Yep.
Zach, unmute yourself, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Zachary Rubin, 1661 Covington Road. I am the chairperson of the Electronic Media Advisory Council. Now, that used to be called the TV Cable Board. That organization, or that advisory group, has been monitoring Verizon and Comcast since the first Comcast franchise agreement, which was February 22nd, 1988. So we're certainly familiar with both franchise agreements. Now, one, I have a question and then a couple of comments. In March of 2017, we engaged the Cohen Group to negotiate the Verizon franchise extension, along with 18 other municipalities as a consortium. Now, I understand there's an impasse, and therefore the current agreement has been extended for the next 3 years, and who knows, in perpetuity, it seems like. My question is, number one, are we paying the Cohen Group any more money than the initial money that was allocated to them in March of 2017 to negotiate the Verizon franchise.
I don't know what was originally allocated. However, as you know, and you stated, that's part of a joint Bucks County consortium group of over 15 or 18 communities.
18. Yeah.
18. So I don't know what was originally allocated. There hasn't been a bill for that for a while, but I can't give you an exact number at that point. But that's been, as you said, those discussions are about wrapped up, and we'll be getting a proposal here soon, which will be modified to be much different than what we've seen in the past. Okay, well, you answered my question about there's no bills. Now, a couple of things in the Comcast franchise agreement. We're basically negotiating for both entities, Verizon and Comcast, because in the Comcast agreement on 206-5A, it says, no such franchise agreement shall contain terms or conditions more favorable or less burdensome to the competitive entity. In other words, whatever we negotiate from Verizon, it can't be any better than what we do from Comcast. So they should be done in tandem. And as Kurt has already mentioned, the last time we did the Verizon franchise, we got $11,651 additional monies for the pay grants. That's more than, in addition to the 5% franchise fees that the township has been collecting from both entities. So my question is, number one, when they negotiated, remember, Verizon and Comcast should be done together. And I just want to point out one thing that's in the Comcast agreement. Under A206-29, it says, quote, under normal operating conditions, calls received by the franchisee shall be answered within 30 seconds. The franchisee shall meet the standard for 90% of the calls it receives at all call centers receiving calls from subscribers. So according to the agreement, Comcast has to answer our calls within 30 seconds. Somehow, I don't think they've been living up to their agreement. Thank you very much.
Time.
Thank you, Zach.
May I say one thing?
Sure, go ahead, Kurt.
So the language of that contract, and I'm not disputing what he's saying because he's correct. What it essentially says, though, is one cable company cannot be burdened with costs as part of an agreement that would put them at a functional disadvantage on that cost versus another cable provider. Seeing that we've talked that it seems like Verizon is positioning themselves to get out of the cable market as it is, and they're looking at wanting a shorter term deal, and Comcast has expressed strong interest in having an active presence in the township. His point, though, is noted, and I'll make sure that we communicate that to Mr. Cohen and, and for the committee, any such concerns that they have regarding customer service, regarding things that they believe should be discussed or they'd like an answer on, I'd like to hear from them that if this is approved, that we would present to Mr. Cohen for his insights and even feedback back to the committee regarding concerns or hopes that they have with the next agreement.
And presumably Mr. Cohen can also audit their SLAs on the call center and request that to see if they're in compliance for their call center methods. The audits of the past have uncovered significant revenue findings, and I think Verizon still hasn't met its build out, but Zach would know that better than I. So,
all right. Thanks. Any other public comment, Monica?
No further comment.
Okay, hearing no further comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Very good. Okay, Cart, one more item on your list.
Monica, let me ask you a question. Seeing what the hour is and that the next meeting will not have the budget on it, at least formally, do you want to delay on doing this with what time it is, or what's your pleasure, Monica?
I'm on mute. I was talking. I apologize. I could do it either way. It's up to the board.
All right.
What time do you think you need?
It shouldn't take too long. The only thing that might really have some conversation is the 9/11 committee information.
If I may ask, I went through well, actually, I don't know the official title of it because there's a couple, but I'd like to take a look at the risk management plan / whatever the other title is called. This is something I write a lot of in my professional world, and I'm seeing a lot of things that I would like to tweak from a health. It's basically a health and safety plan is what it is. I just want to make sure that we cover a few issues in detail.
Okay, why don't you guys get together offline to do that, and then we can bring it up at the next meeting. Yeah, that sounds good. So let's postpone item C on the manager report, Kurt, if that's okay with you.
Can we put that on December 2nd? And I don't want to interrupt.
We'll put that on the December 2nd meeting. Okay.
Chairman Weiss, I believe Township Manager Ferguson has another issue that we need to cover involving an opening for a department store.
So thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lewis. So last year, if you'll recall, it was the first time that you all did this, that we got a letter from Kohl's. I think this was done administratively. It was my interpretation that this needed to be done by the policymakers for Kohl's to have extended hours during Christmas. To be perfectly honest with you, until I got this letter, I'd forgotten all about it. I will put it on my calendar next year that I will not. They sent this over. We got it last week, asking for extended hours as I had outlined for November 27th, which I believe is Black Friday. Is that right? 11/27. Is that right? And then dates throughout the Christmas season to go from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. For a period of a couple of weeks, 8 a.m. to midnight right before the Christmas season, and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve. I will say this is not inconsistent with what I think they've done here for quite a number of years. It's just last year we wanted to put this on the record that the board signed off on that. So I emailed you all their requests so you have it before you.
So
I'd like to go ahead and make that motion then.
Okay, we've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Bundy. The only caveat I would have for any store with extended hours or regular hours at this point, as long as they're obeying state regulations and are following all, COVID precautions, I have no objection to it.
Yeah, if I may, to your point, I'm a little torn on this one. One, I feel like you do, Fred. But two, a lot of the guidance we're getting right now is that governors in places where COVID's spiking, like Pennsylvania, are allowing things to proceed in different locations, but they're specifically targeting later hours as cutting off the later hour approach. And now that's often bars and restaurants where people tend to have drinks and get a little looser later in the night when they're drinking a little bit. But the later hour, I guess, is a little concerning. I don't know, Chief, I could go either way on this one, to be honest with you. Chief, do you have an opinion on this?
Well, this is consistent with what they did every year. And if the board should decide to approve the extended hours, certainly the state laws and regulations would supersede that if the governor should come out with tighter restrictions. So you wouldn't have to really worry about that. You could remain consistent with what you did each year and then be guided by what the state decides to do at some point.
Okay. And I'm sure that Kohl's has corporate policies in place.
Monica, is there any public comment? Oh, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm, as you know, I'm a big supporter of Thanksgiving. Kohl's is actually going to be closed on Thanksgiving Day, which I'd like to commend the organization for doing that and making sure that people have time together, even if they can't be with all their family, that their workers can be. So I'll be voting for this. And I wanted to just say thank you to Kohl's The retail environment's difficult. If you're thinking about making your Christmas purchases, don't forget Kohl's and local retailers in general. They desperately need your help. And so don't let those bastards at Amazon get all your Christmas dollars. Make sure you spend some of that here in Lower Makefield. That's all.
Any public comment, Monica?
No public comment.
Hearing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye. 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll go to the solicitor's report.
Yes, briefly, we got an executive session that started tonight at 6:45. All the board members, as well as Chief Calusi, Mr. Ferguson, and myself were present at the executive session. Items related to real estate and informational items were discussed at the executive session, which concluded at 7:30, or just before 7:30 when this meeting started, although I joined it late because of technical difficulties. So that's all the executive session report I have. Under my report, there's one specific item. Those in the public, there is a building on the outside part of the parking lot, the Giant Shopping Center, adjacent to Stony Hill Road. It's an older building that's owned by the township, 668 Stony Hill Road. One side of it, which is not owned by the township, is where Mail and More is located. The other side has been leased from the township by Ameriprise Enterprises. It's a financial services office run by two gentlemen who have been tenants for at least since 2008, and they have had addenda to the lease at least 2 times. They're seeking to extend the lease for another 3 years, essentially at the same terms with a 3% annual increases for each year over the balance of the term, which is consistent with what the prior addendum provided. It's our recommendation that the board approve the lease, as they've been good tenants and have been responsible maintainers of that property, for lack of a better term. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I'll make that motion. So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Mr. McCartney seconds. Any further discussion?
Kurt, they've been a good tenant. They pay their bills, keep the place clean. You're comfortable with them?
They're great.
Any discussion from the public, Monica? Any public comment?
No public comment.
Hearing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
5-0. Very good.
Thank you.
Let's go right to the zoning hearing board.
Next to the zoning hearing board, there are 4 matters. You'll see a theme again that we've seen in other meetings in the recent past. First one, however, Danielle Garcia is requesting a variance for property located at 15 Glen Olden Road in order to permit construction of a 3-car garage resulting in greater than permitted impervious surface. Originally, I thought that the Glen Olden Road location might be located in a flood zone. I was advised before this meeting that it is not a flood zone. This is a location where there are no outbuildings currently on the property. I'll leave it up to the board. Generally, without flood zone issues, with impervious surface, we defer to the zoning hearing board. I'll again defer to this board to make its own determination whether they want to do that. If they want to defer, then there's no vote. If they want to participate, then of course we have to take a vote.
I'd like to make a motion to participate in the action.
Do I hear a second? Get a second from Ms. Bundy. Any discussion?
Yeah, the only reason I'm interested in participating is not because I'm by any means opposed to it, but because it's construction of a 3-car garage, I believe, from going from 0 to a 3-car garage. That's a significant building. We just want to make sure that we're aware of exactly what's going on, that we protect the township just in case.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Monica, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, hearing no further comment, all those in favor of participation signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Okay.
Thank you. The second item, Frank and Diane Karam are requesting a variance for property located at 889 Kilby Drive, which is the southwest corner of the intersection of Ramsey Road and Kilby Drive, in order to permit construction of an in-ground pool and allow property to maintain a proposed impervious surface ratio, which is greater than permitted. As part of the application, the Karams also have proposed different types of stormwater and other remediation. So it's not an untypical application for circumstances like this. We recommend deferral, but again, I'll defer to the board if they have other opinions on this. Hearing no motion, I assume the deferral is appropriate.
Sure. Okay.
The third item, David and Dana Deal are requesting a variance for property located at 1017 Harvest Drive in order to permit construction of an in-ground pool and patio, resulting in greater than permitted impervious surface, very similar to the prior application. Again, no flood zone implications that I'm aware of. And again, we would recommend deferral to the zoning hearing board. Hearing
okay.
Dissenting opinion, I will then move on to the final matter.
Facility emergency action plan. It's really just a risk management plan.
Monica, we can hear you.
Whoops.
So I didn't think we implicated the risk management plan with a pool, in-ground pool, but perhaps we have. Anyway, the last
there was a flood coming.
Heather and Daryl Geist are requesting a variance for property located at 1207 Long Meadow Lane in order to permit construction of an in-ground pool resulting in greater than permitted impervious surface. Again, I indicated there's a theme here. And again, without any other information that indicates any flood zone or any other unique circumstances, we would recommend deferral to the zoning hearing board unless there's other opinions by the board. Hearing none, we will then indicate that deferral is appropriate for that. And with that, my reporting is done for the night.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Trulo. Go to item 14, public comment on non-agenda items. Monica, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. Item 15, discussion items. I don't think we have anything to discuss at this point unless there's something anybody wants to bring up. Good. Supervisors reports. Historic Commission met yesterday, I think. There's a couple of items that they want to bring up. They would like to get in touch with Mr. Majewski to walk the Prickett property, maybe with the developer, maybe not, but hopefully we can get with them and they can walk the property. They wanted to know, since some of the outbuildings are going to be destroyed in the development, if the developer would consider donating the stone from those buildings to be used in other areas of the township.
Fred, I'm sorry, the outbuildings at Prickett?
Yes, there's a couple of small outbuildings that might have stone foundations.
Okay.
So to take those, because they're old buildings. So if they want, they might want to use the stone. They were mentioning patching up the wall at Slate Hill and using for other areas in the township. They want to research the feasibility of acquiring the land where the old Octagon Schoolhouse was, which is the land between Oxford Valley and Old Oxford Valley Road. They are talking to the landowner who is now considering giving the land to the township in exchange for some small token. And they're also talking about a new marker from the state for the Slate Hill Cemetery. And they would like to talk to Perry Warren's office to make that happen. And that's all I have to report. I'm going to go to Dan Grenier.
Sure. Let's see. I'll get two this time. The Electric Reliability Committee has been meeting now. They're liking the Zoom thing, so now they want to meet more than once a quarter. They did send me a letter just before the meeting that I haven't distributed yet. I'll distribute it soon, where essentially they're requesting, wanted to see if we can't have a meeting with PICO to get an update on our reliability over the last few years since their last meeting. The other one I'll say, the Veterans Committee didn't necessarily meet, but I think at least three of us here attended the Veterans service at Veterans Park, emceed by our very own Chairman Weiss. Excellent job, by the way. It was a beautiful day, and it was great to be there with some great veterans. We honored our first female veteran, and what an impressive woman she is. Stuff she did behind the the Berlin Wall was pretty cool to hear. And we heard about how if you wanted to, if you were a veteran and wanted to get your name up on the wall, the process for doing so, then you can contact the Veterans Committee. But thanks to everyone that came out, and Fred, nice job emceeing that one. It was fun to be there.
Thanks, Aaron.
That's it.
That's it. Ms. Bundy.
I don't have an update. CTC met last night, but I was still at work. But we have I don't want to say a resignation, but the expiration of the term of a key member of the Financial Advisory Council. And I think this is an appropriate time, and I don't mean right now to discuss, but to put before the board perhaps combining the Financial Advisory Council and the Economic Development Council, something I'd like to talk to you all about individually. It's been requested by both groups, and maybe, really refocusing their agenda. So that is the extent of my update.
Okay, we'll put it on the as a discussion item for the next agenda, for the next meeting.
Oh, great.
Thank you. Yeah, no, we'll definitely put that on the agenda for the next meeting. Mr. McCartney.
Parks and Recs met last Tuesday. Monica's going to fill you guys in on all that, I guess, at the next meeting. Sorry, Monica. But besides that, nothing else to report.
Very good. Mr. Lewis.
So the zoning hearing board met yesterday. One of the matters that involves the township participation, spirited discussion for a significant period of time. That matter, the Kortetsky matter, is continued, so that'll be coming up on a future docket. The Disability Advisory Board is meeting this Thursday at 5 p.m. and then again, same day, at 7:30 in a joint meeting with the Parks and Recreation Board to discuss accessibility and some of the analysis around potential enhancements to the pool. That's this Thursday at 7:30. Of course, you can watch all of these online. The Farmland Preservation will be meeting next week on Tuesday as well, and that completes my report.
Thank you very much. We're at item 17, appointments to boards and commissions. Who has the list of reappointments?
I'll do two immediately, then I just restarted my computer because I couldn't remember the third. I would like to make a motion. I'll do two individually here. I'd like a motion.
I've got him.
Oh, thank you. So I can do, I have Stephen Hines and David Mann. Who's the third?
Mark Ellison, and also a late add-on, Paul Roden, to Environmental Advisory.
I know Paul. What's Mark Ellison on? I'm sorry.
Golf.
Oh, sorry. I had that down before. All right. I got it. I'll just make one motion then, if everyone's okay with that.
Don't forget Luba Lashik, who's on
Luba.
the harp.
Right.
Or pardon me.
Harp, on the harp. Luba on the harp, yeah.
I'm butchering her last name. It's Lashik, I think.
So on the list that we have, it says that Luba will be sending a letter, but I don't, at least the list that I have, that she will be sending a letter. Did that happen?
I'm looking at the letter that's in our requesting reappointment. So the official letter came through November 14th. Dear Mr. Ferguson, I'd like to be considered for an additional term as a volunteer in the Historical Architecture Review Board and continue having the privilege to serve Lower Makefield community during the development of Edgewood Historical Village.
Okay, just this thing that I have says on 11/16, they indicated they would be sending a letter. So glad that the letter came in.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So
thank you for stalling for me. I appreciate it. All right. So I'd like to make and I'm just verifying what I have here. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Stephen Hines to HARB, David Mann to Disability Advisory Board, Mark Ellison to Golf, Paul Roden to the Environmental Advisory Committee, and Lou Galashik, apologies for your last name, for my pronunciation, also to Hart.
Okay, do I get a second?
Second.
Mr. Lewis seconds. So any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the appointments, signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
5-0, very good. Any other business? Hearing none?
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
That's fine.
And we'll see everybody in 2 weeks. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.